My favorite ever like Twitter interaction that I had, and Mark can attest to this, is I used to live tweet Saturday Night Live, and Mark would do it with me sometimes. And there was one time where it was BTS was the musical guest, and I was basically like, because their fans are insane, because like K-pop stans are generally terrifying.
So true.
Yes,
so true.
yes, they are.
So true.
So I basically make it like Mark and I was like Mark says something, I was like, oh, don't say that, or else the stands are gonna
I'm after you.
do something insane, and I'm sarcastic. Oh, they wouldn't do anything like that, right? And
No.
this is the reply that we get back.
Oh no. Yeah, just a bunch of H's.
I think this means.
Don't
Wait,
fuck
what
with
does this
them.
mean?
I don't want to know what
I
it
don't fucking
means.
know.
I actually don't
I
get
don't
it.
want to know.
It's
I don't
it's
get it
probably
either.
some
I think
expletive.
they're sighing. I think they're just going.
I mean, that's not that bad then.
Definitely
It's
some.
not, but I've just laughed at it to this day, because it's just like whenever I think of just like fan that turns their nose up at everything, I just think of just like.
Guys,
Well, that's the thing about like I've heard that
internet.
K-pop stans, the reason why they defend K-pop so vehemently is sort of for like reasons that would be reasonable had you not know the extent of their standing, because it's like obviously xenophobia, and people are like they look on foreign music lower, and
It's also the fact that K-pop stars, they go through hell.
Yes,
is a bit of an
fucking Death's Dynamic Shroud made a whole album about this phenomenon. It's one of my favorite albums. It's basically a vaporwave album about how K-pop stars are just abused and manipulated and exploited in the industry.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Showlies.
He's done it. He didn't say the yearlies by accident. He's so good.
I think this is the first time that a new host didn't fuck it up the first time.
He's so good.
Hi, I'm your guest.
Vinny, I'm
host,
spoiling your
Mark.
entries. You're not Graham.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Showlies. I'm your guest host, Mark Halem. Known famously from the podcast That's Not Quite All Folks, a Lean Tunes podcast, I'm hosting this Showlies because I had a Sunday to kill.
Because I have to.
We'll get to that.
He says that with the gun at the back of his head.
I can't believe Mark abused his hosting power to plug his pot.
So, the theme of this Showlies is adult animation. That's right. They may be drawn, they may be voice acted, but they can swear and make sex jokes. And any other jokes. Just any jokes at all. There is no limits. Much like this show, honestly. So, first up...
Nope, as we found out before this, there is one limit.
I suppose
at least
that
one
puts,
limit.
that puts us a peg above fucking, I don't know, some of our honorable mentions.
So, shall we go with some honorable mentions?
Yes.
Who wants to go first?
We also talk about our history with adult animation, if anyone has any of those.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, do you guys have any history?
Well,
I
when I was making Family Guy,
All right, Seth MacFarlane.
yes.
I mean, I can really go into it, I guess. My history with adult animation is that
Wait.
my mother was specifically a very big Family Guy fan, to the point where one of her friends made bootleg copies of like Family Guy seasons 1, 2, and 3. Like they ripped the DVDs and just put them onto DVD-Rs.
Dedication.
So like, very big into Family Guy at a dangerously young age, which I think is the case for everybody here, frankly.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
But also, yeah, we're also around like 2000, also around the Simpsons movie. Actually, around 2007 was when I got really into the Simpsons. So, in fact, after I saw the Simpsons movie with Jordan, that was a very fun experience.
Hell yeah.
I made it my quest to buy every single Simpsons DVD up to season 16. Because season 16 is when I started watching the show.
Oh boy.
And I stuck true to that. I had the first 15 seasons, which now has become a good thing, since apparently some episodes from The Simpsons are now lost media.
I can't believe
it.
Season 3 DVDs cost a lot.
I used to, I guess we'll get to it, but I used to have those.
Oh dang, that's Wow, that's really sad, actually. Now I'm sad.
Christian, did you have the heads for like season 6 through 10? The shitty plastic Simpson DVD heads.
I wish it was early seasons. I'll talk more about it when we get to the Simpsons, but they were early seasons, and I can describe what I remember, of course.
Hang on, I have to say, the head in plastic is better than the alternative, because if you sent off of the other box, the alternative, the box that people liked, you got your information leaked online.
Ooh.
Tyrant's an idiot.
Looking up Simpsons head in plastic yields mostly bad results, but I think I found what you're talking about.
I forget which season it was, but one of the seasons had every other had there was a uniform style box, and then for one of them it was this really cheap plastic of Homer's head.
This is wrong.
Season 6.
Yeah,
I have that one. Yeah,
that's the one I have.
And what's going on? They had a thing where if you wanted a traditional box cover, like people complain, they're like, "Hey, this ruins my fucking DVD collection." And so if you wanted, you had to either call this number or go on this website, in which they would insult you for being, they mocked you for caring. Being like, if you're a whiny piss baby and you insist on having your DVD collection look nice and don't want something that was made out of 7-Eleven paper cups, here you can just enter your information here and we'll send it to you.
Fucking hilarious.
Someone recently, however, relatively recently, found out that there's a massive security problem with that website, and you can just right-click and inspect the source and see everyone's address and name.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot of those people moved since 2000.
Yeah, hopefully, but yeah.
You never know.
Here's a link to their address.
Oh.
List
And
every
I remember
address.
that because I remember I shared a video where they talked about that with our good friend Clanky, and I just remember has shown and mentioning the bit, and he just dude, I just had a hard, terrified turn as I looked and saw my dad's DVD collection.
Oh no!
It is tragic that we're going to be talking about The Simpsons today, but Clanky's not here. I'd like to pour one out for him because
I mean, listen, we gave him a chance, and he just. I think the problem is that's the only show he wanted to talk about.
You had your chance.
He is intrinsically and spiritually tied to The Simpsons, so this is fair.
Don't worry, we'll manifest him once we start talking about it.
I really wish I had a Clanky soundboard right now so I could just play it like he was here, but it's
maybe I can have a coughing fit and we'll work something out.
So true.
All right.
You can establish a yearly Patreon and use the funds to get a soundboard.
I'm gonna volunteer to give honorable mentions if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not.
All my honorable mentions are on the bracket.
Yeah. I'll give my my relationship to adult animations feel when we get to a certain entry in the bracket, because I feel like that kind of spearheaded things. I'll just for now mention stuff that didn't get on the bracket. I'm really sad that none of my honorable mentions got on the bracket, because I really do enjoy all of them, and I think that they would all be fun to talk about. The one that I have, the one that I probably have the least to say about is the one that I only saw most recently, which I added I just wanted to say, fucking Marvel's Hit Monkey is a delightful fucking show that is, what if Jason Sudeikis was a ghost who mentored a monkey, and it's as crazy as it sounds, and I love it, and I'm glad that it's getting a second season.
Oh, good. I have to say, I have some conflicting opinions. I thought that Hit Monkey was aggressively okay.
Yep.
Once you get over that initial, hey, it's a monkey with a gun, the show kind of loses. The fight scenes are honestly kind of trash.
The show equivalent of that one 3-panel Hellboy strip.
I think Jason Sudeikis delivers his line so perfectly. There's a line in the second episode.
Oh, he does. Don't get me wrong.
There's a line in the second episode where they're trying to interrogate a woman, but she attacks them. So they saw her body in half, so she dies. And Jason Sudeikis goes, "Okay, great. Which half do you want to interrogate?"
Oh my God.
No. It's the comedy works, but the problem is that the rest of it,
Yeah, but I'm not watching it for the action. I'm watching it for those lines.
Listen, I'm watching a show about a hit monkey fighting ninjas, okay? I'm expecting the fight scenes to be at least decent, and the animation's way too choppy.
I mean, look, I don't remember the quality of the animation. I just remember having a good time. And look, maybe it's getting another season, so maybe it will be better in the next season. I don't know. Harley Quinn is probably the best animated Batman thing I've ever seen. I know people really like Batman the Animated Series, but Harley Quinn is just like, it lives in the world of DC superheroes and just has such a satire relationship with them, where everyone is as parodied as they can possibly be. Bane is muscular, but he's talking in the Dark Knight Rises voice, and he's just always whining about no one appreciating him. There's a whole arc about just him not getting the costume maker back. Fucking Ivy is playing the straight man. She's like, I'm not evil, I'm just an eco-terrorist. Alan Tudyk is there, and he's playing thespian Clayface.
Great.
This show is fantastic.
It's Lady Gaga.
Yeah, it's a Lady Gaga. I am an actor. It's fantastic. Oh, and also King Shark is great.
King Shark.
Yeah. Oh, best King Shark depiction easily. Because he's just like this. He tries to play it peacefully, but he keeps having a taste for human flesh, so he just keeps losing himself.
It's just literally Finding Nemo.
Yeah, he's like Bruce. But the thing is, like, Bruce, you can tell that Bruce, like, has a scary appearance. King Shark is like, he's very much like, he's wearing, like, just a casual sweater. He's always on his laptop, just trying to hook shit up. Like, he's got his day-to-day activities, you know? American Dad, I think could have been fun to be on the bracket, because I think that American Dad, and look, Family Guy's on the bracket, so we'll get to that, but I think American Dad is like, what if Family Guy had more creative ideas? And
why isn't it on the bracket?
well, because I don't
Family Guy's just more popular, I guess.
I don't think it's inherently as funny as often. I think that the writing is better, but I don't think that the jokes slap as hard.
American Dad. Here's what I could tell from the reaction to see it online is that American Dad seems to be the show where like jaded Family Guy fans went. They're like, fuck this Family Guy. And American Dad, that's the good shit. That's where
that is
real action
Mark,
is.
you're absolutely right. That is everyone I've ever talked to about Family Guy. And look, I have things to say about Family Guy. I'm going first when we get to Family Guy.
No one's demanding to go first anymore. No one not allowed.
I'm gonna hold everyone's
And that's my pick, motherfucker. We're fighting for it.
knees hostage.
Why my knees?
My
That's
knees.
because every other body part would make you all uncomfortable. I don't know. Knees are a safe body part.
No, they're not.
They're very delicate.
It's more like the stuff inside.
We're all approaching 30, all right? Our knees aren't safe.
Especially with this baseball.
One of us is 30.
So American Dad is a good show. I like it. I think it got bad, probably. Roger's great. I love the idea of a character who just plays a different persona every episode, and they're all really fucking delightful. American Dad is great. Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I don't know what happened. I got on Adult Swim one night, and I watched this show about this talking meatball and this floating thing of fries, and they go, Meatwad's pregnant. And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, what? What is this show?
It's kind of like watching the first episode of South Park and like seeing the title of it and just having like so many questions.
That's the thing. Aqua Teen Hunger Force will always leave you with more questions than answers. It's the weirdest show I think I've ever seen. There's this dude from Jersey who's there all the time, and all of the pieces of all the food harasses them. I have this weird fascination with Master Shake. I really like drawing Master Shake. The third way to describe Master Shake. It's a good show. It's 11 minutes at a time. It feels like
the only thing I know about the show is that they once aired a Christmas episode in the middle of June.
They had their finger on the pulse.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's a them thing or that's an Adult Swim thing, but they take some weird directions. And then if there was any regret I had more than any of the rest of these, it's that Beavis and Butthead couldn't get onto the bracket because I mean, it's the reason Beavis and Butthead. I could have put it higher in my top 3 to make it on, and I think the reason I didn't is because ultimately the humor is the same every episode, and if you can't get beyond with the idea of these two idiots who walk around and chuckle and laugh at every fucking raunchy curse word, I can't promise you would enjoy the show. But I feel like it is so easy to let yourself just get sucked into the stupidity of these two people. I've become weirdly obsessed with Beavis as an adult, especially with the new Beavis and Butthead that have come out these past few years. They've really worked on Beavis's character. And I love Cornholio so much. I have my Beavis socks.
I'm learning now that they have different personalities.
I didn't know that was true.
Well, I mean, they listen. They have similar interests, but they do have different personalities. Beavis is like an arsonist, and he would be a good human being if he wasn't hanging out with Butthead all the time. Butthead is like the alpha of the two, and he's kind of always kicking Beavis's ass, and threatening him. And he's just Butthead's not a good person.
I do like how you led into describing their personalities with, well, he's an arsonist. As if that's a personality.
Hey, you love burning.
You saved it with the rest of that description, but arson is what you led with, and I'm like, oh, okay.
You love burning things.
I think
I'm a Gemini, and you're an arsonist.
I think what happened is like I was proceeding to be like, yeah, they have different personalities, and then that was
Gemini. I have Cancer.
Oh.
Well, that doesn't work because Cancer is also a sign.
That was the joke.
Yeah.
Then I'm done with my honorable mentions. All right.
This is almost as bad at the time that Taylor didn't get my Cancer joke.
Family Guy got away.
I will say one thing about Beavis and Butthead.
I know how this episode's gonna
is
go.
that, like, that was my high school main show for the longest time. Just hang, get together, and just watch Beavis and Butthead. Like, that was legitimately a part of it.
Also, the new Beavis and Butthead movie is fantastic. It's so good. It is probably the best piece of Beavis and Butthead media, honestly. I'd be willing to go that far.
It's so rewarding to know what Mick's bit is going to be, like, figuring it out. Like, it's so rewarding.
How this treatment's going for you.
Oh. Oh, no.
All right, whatever. Fucking Jordan, go. Because how many times do I get the popcorn Jordan?
Yay! Okay. I am gonna.
Well, now you just took the opportunity from the rest of us, you fuck.
Mick, can you stop roasting me for 5 seconds?
Could have the time that Taylor stole the opportunity from all of us.
Okay, so
hey, Jordan, go, Jordan.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're gonna find out just how dedicated I am to some of these adults. Animation shows, but I didn't really have that much of an Adult Swim background. I didn't really have much of I was more of an Animation Domination kid, but a lot of these, like, you know, Simpsons, Family Guy, we're going to get into, obviously, were, you know, me staying up for Animation Domination, and my folks just kind of going, all right, fine, but if we get like 2 or 3 or more jokes that don't fly in this house, then you got to change the channel for a while. Until I got older. But all right, I do have some honorable mentions here. A lot of them are very much befitting of the brief Adult Swim and Fox I did watch, and also Netflix, obviously. Tuca and Birdie. We're going to talk about BoJack Horseman today, but Tuca and Birdie is the spinoff, and it is similar but coming from a different place, because it's relatable in a different way. It's instead of just being a generic sort of life is meaningless and everything is really tough, it's more about like the day-to-day stuff if you are living alone and living on a budget, and in this case, you know, being a woman in the city. And it's fun because it's got great animation, great characters, and stylization up the wazoo. And I love Stephen Yeun as Speckle. Not the only time we're going to be singing the praises of Stephen Yeun in this bracket, I don't think. But yeah, very good show. Underseen.
Tiffany Tiffany Hash's best role.
Absolutely, I would agree. Space Ghost Coast to Coast is on here because if this show doesn't succeed, then Adult Swim is not as beloved as it is to this day. Because
So
this was one of the
influential.
first Adult Swim shows, and it was just as simple as interviewing celebrities and cutting around the interviews with like stoner at 1 o'clock writer mentality. And you have these writers and voice actors who are just sort of bumming along with this Ted Turner Hanna-Barbera property of Space Ghosts, and just making a late night show with Space Ghost and Brack and all these other characters. It's a fascinating idea. Some of it is more stonery for my tastes, but I wanted to put it as an honorable mention so that we could talk about it as a pioneering Adult Swim show. It wasn't like it's not as dirty and nihilist as some of the stuff that's there now, but it paved the way for a lot of them.
It's really cool, and isn't like Space Ghost like a throwaway character from one of the from like a famous superhero property? And they're
I think he was the lead in that show, and
he was the in Space Ghost. But oh no, you're talking about the other show.
I think in Space Ghost. I don't know. I don't know enough about this.
Because when he was like a Superman villain or something, and they were like, let's use this throwaway character in our weird talk show animated.
That might have been Birdman, honestly.
That's
Yeah, it looked
reasonable.
like Harvey Birdman.
Oh
Yeah, which is the spinoff and is also very funny, but I haven't really seen that much of. Marvel What If I have on here because I always wanted someone to do justice to the comic book series What If. I always wanted somebody to really bring Uatu the Watcher to the MCU, and this is the perfect depiction of that, as well as some amazing animation and some amazing hands-on work from the majority of the Marvel principal actors. I love a lot of the ideas they're playing around with. I love just how connected a lot of these ideas are. I love their rendition of Marvel Zombies. I love a lot of I just how willing a lot of these guys, especially people like Chad Boseman and Sebastian Stan and guys like that, were willing to play along and do something really cool like this was better than I would have thought. And I haven't seen season 2, but I love what they've done. And Jeffrey Wright is honestly perfect as Uatu the Watcher. I think he's great. And then there is Archer.
This one I heard.
That one of two H. John Benjamin starring shows that I put in my honorable mentions. I watched this one. My friend Jack showed me this one in college, and I like this one because it's trying to do like this sort of C-Lab-esque, like realistic animation, James Bond-esque thing, with some of the most slick and fun animation writing out there. There are characters where you think you know what roles they're going to play, and then Archer has this on-again, off-again, platonic friends with benefits relationship with them, and you have these other characters that you think are going to be like a gay stereotype and end up being these fully formed thing. You also have people like Dr. Krieger, that's a really fun character. Just a really good show, and I would say that it's my favorite Jessica Walter performance, but Arrested Development also exists, and I can't really lie to that show.
I'm sorry, I zoned
Archer,
out. What show are we talking about?
We're talking
Archer,
about
that's
Archer.
right, okay.
May I actually say about Archer? I haven't recommended Archer a couple times, but my first exposure to Archer was from this webcomic called Brawl in the Family, which mostly featured Nintendo characters. And then there's this comic where Kirby inhales an Archer and he turns into Archer from the show.
Oh, that's from Brawl in the Family. I didn't know. I've seen that like other places. I've never seen that. I didn't know that was from there.
Do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants.
Yeah, you want ants? Because that's how you get ants. My favorite running gag is Archer randomly doing the theme from the 70s Shazam show. Like he'll be in the middle of an action sequence and he'll just go Shazam, and it's just very silly.
Hey, phrasing.
Phrasing, which is it's a clip I've used in a lot of yearlies. But yeah, no, it's a great character, lots of different characters, great. And I think it got a little bit more long-winded as it went on, and they started doing gimmick seasons. But it's a good show. Y'all should check it out.
I'd love to.
I tried. I got through the first 2 episodes, and I probably should have watched more, and I just didn't.
It gets
not
better.
because not because I wasn't enjoying it. I just wasn't pushed far enough to keep going. I think what I want to do is like get a treadmill and then just make it this show I watch whenever I work out.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's a good one. All right, I am going to popcorn. Vinny, go.
All right. So, my much like with Jordan and Mark, my exposure to adult animation starts back as early as me being a kid. It started with Adult Swim and watching shows like Family Guy, Robot Chicken, shows that I really, for all intents and purposes, should not have been watching as a kid, but I did anyway. It's not like my parents really had an issue with it to begin with.
Mine did.
Yeah. Much like with Taylor, I did watch a lot of Harley Quinn. I stopped at the second season. I'm not sure what season they're on now. I think like 3 or
They've
whatever.
done 4 of them.
4?
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I would
okay.
say that. I would say that the 3rd season. Well, let me think about it. Yeah, the 3rd season's good. The 4th season loses it a little bit because they write out a lot of good characters from main roles. But the 3rd season they do really good shit with Joker.
I will say, like the show definitely gave me an appreciation for Kite Man.
Yeah, Kite Man.
Fucking
Because
Kite Man.
I had a friend that I made back in college, and they were big into comic books. So if like I ever had like a question about like a certain character or whatnot, they would help me understand where they come from and whatnot. And when they brought up the fact that one of Batman's villains it literally just flies around in a kite, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me! Like,
yeah, and
this
then
can't be a thing.
Vinny, do you remember how they introduced the character?
Oh God, how did they introduce Kite Man again?
So it's they're at the Penguin's nephew's bar mitzvah.
Oh
And,
yeah,
and like Harley's going around.
I saw this one.
Harley's going around trying to prove that she doesn't need to be with Joker, and Harley's like, "All right, please don't leave me alone though, because I don't want to be hit on by some D-rate villain. What's up? I'm Kite Man."
Oh my God. Oh yeah, now I remember. Oh my God. One show I do wish kind of made it onto the bracket was Spawn, the animated series, because I haven't seen like full episodes of it. I've seen clips of it, and Spawn is one of those characters that like just as like a concept has always interested me. And I've read a bit of his comics back in the day, but I never once have seen the show. And again, apart from some clips and whatnot that made it sound interesting. Plus, it's Keith David voicing Spawn. Like the absolute perfect person you could have chosen for that character.
Vinny, I considered going out of my way to watch Spawn to put it on the bracket, but the problem I can't find. It's not easily accessible.
I know.
I'd have to get like a fucking HBO subscription or some shit, and that's like it.
Time for me to stream Spawn.
We were talking about Simpsons season 3 being like lost media and whatnot. Freaking Spawn the animated series, that is lost media if you think about it.
Well, season 3 is not lost as a whole. It's just missing an episode.
Yeah.
No, I know, but still, it's times like this I wish.
And Spawn isn't lost. You can rent it on YouTube. You just need to have an HBO subscription to do it.
I know, but it's like, who wants to get an HBO subscription these days?
Well,
listen, our definition of lost media is becoming very by this definition, anything like pre-internet, pre-easily accessible VHS and DVDs, all television was apparently lost media.
I'm not watching The Simpsons right now, thus it is lost media.
Dude, like apparently, because I do follow lost media profiles on social media, and it's like, this pitch book from this show that didn't get picked up has been found. It's like, that's not lost media. That's material that's not yours.
Yeah, it's a pitch. If you write it down and you preserve it, it's not lost.
Do you guys want to know what is lost media?
Lost.
See Taylor's previous profile picture.
Yeah.
WB doesn't have access to Bob the Inappropriately Loud Kid. I don't think.
I think they have access to Bob's Burgers, though, right?
But Bob's Burgers isn't lost media.
No, it's not.
You're right, Mick. The definition of lost media is going to get progressively worse over the course of this bracket.
Yep.
if I could just acknowledge one of the ones you didn't want to bring up that you wrote down, Legend of Vox Machina is one that I watched recently, and I really enjoyed that one. I don't watch Critical Role, but I guess this is one of their campaigns put into an animated series, and I thought that the way that they identified the fantasy setting and played on the tropes of it really, really worked for me, because high fantasy settings can be really a lot for me. And Vox Machina found a way to like make a good big cast of characters all feel effective and go through shit, and made me care about the bard.
That is something I will bring up before I popcorn to whoever hasn't gone. Much like Taylor, I don't really watch Critical Role. Like, I tried getting into their most recent campaign at the time, which I think was like their third campaign, but it just wasn't like holding my interest at the time.
I can't do actual play D&D. I can't watch other people play D&D. It's like a cringe fest for me. I can't do it.
Graham's not here, but
there's one the only exception to that is that like there's one podcast there's only one D&D podcast that I've been able to enjoy, and that's Go Die in a Hole. Quite tragically though, they release their episode release schedule obeys the long count of the Mayan calendar.
So Steven's universe.
So they only release a new episode once a Bach tune.
That's an like that.
Go Die.
But to digress a little bit, Mick, the one D&D podcast I get into, or I've gone into recently, it's called Dungeons and Daddies.
Man, these names are just so good.
I'm out.
No, it's not a BDSM podcast. They make that very clear.
This is as bad as the time that Vinny called Bob's Burgers Lost Media.
Popcorn 2, I don't think Christian has gone, has he?
No.
Yes.
Popcorn to Christian.
I'll keep mine short. Adult animation. I used to always, watch Cartoon Network a little too late, and the adult warning always scared me. So as an adult, I'm awfully fascinated by the Cartoon Network transition to Adult Swim. I always find it really cool how they change it up for each new style that they pick. And yeah, obviously all the early Adult Swim stuff I would sneak in without anyone else seeing, and and there's one show on here that I have slightly interesting things to say about regarding that particular thing. But a lot of my favorite adult animation shows are stuff that I watched in my adult life, such as The Simpsons is on the bracket, Arcane's on the bracket, Smiling Friends is on the bracket, Xavier Renegade Angel is on the bracket.
Let's go, boys.
I put King of the Hill in my...
Frittata!
We'll get to it. King of the Hill is in my honorable mentions.
I'm so glad that's not on the bracket.
I haven't watched that much of King of the Hill, but I've enjoyed what I've seen as this sort of just sort of the portrait of Southern stereotypes, and I find it to be I find its down-to-earth nature to be fascinating and also enjoyable to watch. Also,
it's the most literal animated sitcom.
Yeah,
because it could have been live action.
I sit there and I'm waiting to get it.
Their intro is them standing still.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know is that whenever someone is really argumentative online, it's usually with a profile picture of a King of the Hill picture.
Fair.
Also,
you've never hang on, whoa. You're telling me you've never had an argument with someone with an anime or furry icon? They are feral, okay?
This is true. There's one more thing I wanted to say about King of the Hill, and that is King of the Hill has some of the best YouTube poops I've ever seen. Call to Edits is so good. They turned this sitcom into a horror series. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Venture Brothers is tragic. This was originally on the bracket, but I ended up replacing it because I used to watch the first season of Venture Brothers a lot when I was younger. It's one of the DVDs I had, and I loved it. I thought it was fucking awesome. And I was going to watch more Venture Brothers for this bracket, but I realized that I was not going to have the time to really watch through all of it. And so I decided to switch it out because I did not want to give the show the spotlight unless I could give it the full spotlight. What I will say...
The show gets really good.
Yeah, exactly. What I will say is that people fucking adore this show, and it's probably amazing. And the only reason it's not on the bracket is because I didn't have the time to watch through all of it. It deserves a full run-through.
Yeah. So I've got to say, you've really fucked me, Christian, by doing that. You see, because like 5 months ago, when we first made the bracket, I ran through and I did calculations. I made a prediction about who's going to win. I went through every single round and predicted it. I'm not entirely sure. I think Venture Brothers not being on here might fuck things up a bit. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, Venture Brothers didn't get too far. I think that where's my
fucking he moneyballed this shit.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I did.
Completely forgot.
Nick Strange. Look through all the different multiverses where Venture Brothers won.
It would deserve to win. If we all watched it, I think it would be a front runner. There's that one episode about testicular torsion. It's great.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's right. That's right. Venture Brothers dropping. I'm actually not sure how this is going to go because it came to Venture Brothers versus Robot Chicken, and I was not entirely sure how that was a toss up for me, and I wasn't sure, and so I left that one blank. Point being, that was in losers anyway. So
yeah, and I will also say, Venture Brothers has, I believe, Patrick Warburton playing one of the best characters, one of the best performances he's had since Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove. I fucking adore it. And then finally, at the end of my honorable mentions, I have Royal Crackers. I've never seen this show. The only thing I know about this show is the one scene where the old man falls down the stairs for 40 seconds uninterrupted. For those of you who are curious, here's the scene.
Oh, I'm curious, all right.
And then while you all watch that, I want to give a special shout out to 2 shorts. You know what? Actually, maybe we can take. No. It's so good. It's so good. Someone made an edit of it that's 5 minutes long. Shout out to Clanky who told me about this.
Put it in.
I think I know what the thumbnail for this
if
show
we
is.
had animated thumbnails, this would.
Or no. You just put the guy that's falling down the stairs, you crop him out.
God. I kind of wish Clanky was here to witness this.
Well, you got
We're
everybody.
talking about Harley Quinn and how the Joker's a bitch and bastard. Well, guess what? He just put his laughing gas in Mick's room.
It's deserved.
Oh my god. This is why we need to invest in a soundboard.
Oh, he's still going.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so shout out to Clanky on that one. He's champion funny. And
Going in the video.
I'll give Mick a couple more seconds, so I have one more thing to say.
Yeah, this is as crazy as that time that Spy Muppets had license to croak.
Make it good.
It's so good.
I gotta mute myself. I'll mute myself. I gotta mute myself. Hang on. You guys keep going. I gotta mute.
But you're next.
It's so
You're
good.
next.
He doesn't have anything.
Oh, okay.
I think you already did.
Okay.
It would be hilarious if we had to use mixed audio.
Got it. I can't look at the thumbnail to that video and the clip anymore. I gotta click away. I gotta stop thinking about it.
And then finally, I just want to bring up 2 Adult Swim shorts that I really like. Unedited footage of a bear. Unedited footage of a bear. And
Dude, don't run up drinking water.
Unedited footage of a bear, and this house has people in it, which are both made by Alan Resnick. They're horror shorts. They're really good. I really like them.
I'm not letting you sing the praises of Alan Resnick. He doesn't do fun things. He does horrifying things.
Exactly, and that's what makes him
horrifying.
great. That's what makes him amazing.
Dude.
And they're not animated either.
I don't care. I wanted to shout him out.
Vinny, I fucking hate you. I did an IRL spit take. Legit. I had taken a big swig of water, and then you said, "Man falling down the stairs," and luckily, I turned my head away just in time, and I just.
Alright. Because I was going to ask you, did you damage your equipment?
No, I looked away and just sprayed it on a bunch of miscellaneous wires in my rug. All right. Luckily, I turned.
Rolling downstairs.
Yes, I need to. I need a full cleaning. Oh,
Nick, I'm sorry.
what crackers, huh?
Christ.
I wanna hire an
So,
animator.
To shreds, you say.
Well,
Hire an animator to draw Molden falling down the stairs.
Do a spit take.
Round 1. Rick and Morty, which is a Taylor pick, versus My Adventures with Superman, which is a Mick pick.
Mark, I appreciate
Who would
you
like to go first?
Sorry, I appreciate you so much for saying who picked what. You're a great host so far.
Yeah, I never do that
Man,
shit.
it's so
What
so
the-
great that
How many fucking bits are there?
Did I hear someone
Hey.
talking about Superman?
the show that isn't adult animation. Yes.
Look at the sky,
Adult
adult
animation. Get on my.
It was on Adult Swim.
Who organized this?
Adult Swim.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Graham.
I don't know why it's on Adult Swim. It also aired on Toonami. It's TV PG. There's not a single
Yeah.
adult
So
animation.
is The Simpsons.
It's not.
Yep.
Simpsons is TV 14.
Can we
Not every
hold on.
episode.
I feel like Graham has something to say here.
Why is Graham here?
I heard
It's
someone
because you
talking
said
about
Superman.
Did you have anything planned?
I came in. I was like, okay, I heard some people talking about Superman. I was like, all right, let me. Do you have any questions about Superman in this show specifically that you would like to ask me?
I got. By the way, I just want to say this was my pick. I didn't coordinate this. I did not tell you.
Who's
For
doing
all I
this?
know,
How's
Perfect
Graham
timing.
going to show up?
I don't know, Taylor. For all I know, he actually has super hearing.
I
And
think
it's
it's
just
all-
like I said this as soon as Mark said Superman. Graham was alone in his room and suddenly went,
Yeah.
I need it.
Oh,
No, I heard someone talking about Superman, so I jumped in.
My guess is Jordan.
I don't
just-
know anything.
I just need to say, I watched My Adventures with Superman. I like My Adventures with Superman. I don't think it should be on this bracket.
Well, Taylor, we'll get to that when I do my pitch, and I get to go up on my soapbox that I have right here, okay?
I'll go first for Rick and Morty because no one else is going to be nice to Rick and Morty because this entire bracket is going to be the most spiteful, hateful thing in the universe.
I don't know. I still predicted Rick and Morty's going to win this one, so
I
see how that
don't.
goes.
I don't, and it's
Oh, this
my
one, maybe.
pick. I don't, and it's the only adult animation thing in this. All right, listen. Here's the deal.
There.
I took a TV writing course in college, and my professor put on several shows to kind of illustrate things that a show can do right. Like, here's where you should be at the end of your second season. Here's Breaking Bad season 2 finale. Here's a good episode of Seinfeld. I want to put on more animation shows. Does anyone have a good Rick and Morty episode to recommend me? And I coordinated with a fellow classmate of mine. Like, what episode should we give him? Because at first I was thinking we should give him Total Recall. I'm glad that we didn't give him that
great.
one. It's a great one, but I don't think it's a good first one. So we showed him Rick Potion number 9, which is the episode that introduces the multiverse concept to the show. It's got such famous lines as "I'm Mr. Crowbar" and "This is my friend who is also a crowbar." And the whole thing starts because Rick is asking his grandson to hand him a screwdriver. And my professor really picked up on this. And at the end, he sits there, he's quiet for a minute, and he goes, "Wow, this is a show that is just exploding with ideas." And that assessment has really stuck with me because this is a show that really will try it all and really lands so much of the time. It lends itself some of the most fascinating ideas for animated television I've seen. Yes, there's Total Recall, which is incredible. We have the interdimensional Cable episodes, which are just great episodes for riffing improv. Because I think at the time, and look, I'm not going to go into a big Justin Roiland thing. He made the show, and that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to deal with it. But just the idea of him coming in drunk and just riffing and making episodes out of that's crazy. There's an episode called the Vat of Acid episode, and the less you know about the Vat of Acid episode, the more you're going to enjoy the Vat of Acid episode. This show is so much fun, and it does a really good job at balancing its continuity alongside episodes that lend to an ongoing narrative. So you can have a good independent episode, and you can also have the overarching things like who the fuck is Evil Morty, and what are we gonna do with Evil Morty, and what's the deal with this Rick? Because again, multiverse is a thing here. Where are characters' backstories? I also feel like this is an example of a show where we have a really good dad character here. I guess it's not that rare.
Yes.
I think that Jerry plays it very differently than other dad characters, where he's not an idiot. He's just a loser, and the show really knows how to have fun with that, because he's just like, he wants to, you want to have him as like the immersive, the average suburban dad, but he just can't get anything done. So you have an episode where he's just trying to fucking set up a VCR and fails miserably, and just finding a way to get humor out of that. And listen, I think the show still holds up even now. I think there are a couple of listen, when you get to an episode where fucking Morty's semen takes over the world, then like, yeah, I get it. We're losing the things a little, but those episodes are so far in between. And I think the real reason that people are just so quick to dismiss this show is because it's got a shitty community. And I don't deal with communities for shows. Okay, just the less people I talk to about a show, the more fun it is for me. And I'm not going to get into a big discussion with how toxic the fandom is. I like this show for this, and the fandom has nothing to do with that. And I hope we can acknowledge that, because I think that this show is still great, and I think it still has a lot of life left in it.
If I may step in, if I may enter the door, if you will.
I can hear Taylor. I just heard Taylor just.
Go ahead,
the
Christian.
shiver run through his spine.
If I may,
I'm bracing myself. Go ahead, Christian, who has seen like the first three seasons of this show and is just already done with it.
If I may give my retort, Rick and Morty has its moments.
Do it with an accent.
Rick and Morty has its moments, and its moments are really, really good. There are parts of Rick and Morty that I still end up quoting. I think I used 30 minutes in and out adventure, that meme in like in a recent situation, and like there are the spread out moments of that I find to be really, really funny. Every problem that I have with Rick and Morty stems from the same thing. I don't think the improv in this show is good, and that's the big thing about the show. The scripted stuff that they do, the stuff that seems scripted at least, is actually, I think it's good. I think it's some funny stuff.
I think most of it's scripted is the thing.
But I mean, there are
I think the interdimensional cables are the only ones that are improv.
The select few jokes that are clearly improv, like the 3DS joke, or the Swifty joke, or the interdimensional cable episodes. I'm not a huge fan of those. I didn't hate Pickle Rick as much as everyone else.
It's fantastic.
I hated Tiny Rick. That I hated.
I also like Tiny Rick.
I like
Tiny Rick!
That's where I'm in the minority there, at least. But that's the thing.
Get your shit, pack it up in a box, and get out. Get your shit together.
I think there's a lot of cool ideas in this show. I just don't like the improv. I think the improv's a little obnoxious.
Well, that's not as scathing as you set this up to be when we talked about this outside of the recording. But like, fair enough. Honestly, sure. If that's your biggest issue, but then I don't think improv drives the train here. You know.
But it's part of it. That's for sure. It's a car on this train.
I would like to share a brief anecdote. One of the first interactions I remember seeing between Taylor and Christian was in our college improv club, where. Yeah. This was before I was friends with either of them, so this is just a conversation I remember hearing, and it was Taylor going, "What? You don't think Pickle Rick is funny?"
That's a lie. That didn't happen.
I swear it did.
There is no way that Christian at that time would be bold enough to bash Rick and Morty.
Excuse me.
At that time, absolutely. It was fun to do.
It was fun to do.
I think the Szechuan sauce guy had just gone into McDonald's and like jumped on the counter and like fucking screamed on Pickle Rick.
The overexposure was getting insane.
I heard that was actually that was supposed to be a joke. The guy doing that, like he wasn't actually.
No. I think it was.
That doesn't make it any better, unfortunately, because it's a bad joke that isn't funny.
Of course not. No.
I think it's.
I actually. So I have a second Rick and Morty anecdote. This one now reflects poorly on me. Is that when the show first came out, or I don't know if it reflects poorly on me, but I didn't realize it was a new show. I thought everyone just got really into Mork and Mindy. I just thought I was mishearing people.
What the fuck is a Mork and Mindy?
It was the old sitcom where what's his name? Robin Williams plays an alien.
I don't know.
Is that what Marc and Mindy is? Okay,
Yeah.
so cards on the table. I only knew Marc and Mindy by name. I had no idea what the show was.
Yeah.
Either way, I think it's a great show. And
All right, tell us about Superman.
All right.
Yes.
So, Graham, I will let you have the floor eventually, but first I would like,
go
as my
first. You pitched it. You go first.
yeah. So first off, I
how
would just
gracious
like
of you, Graham.
yeah. So first off, I would just like to get my soapbox. So I didn't go. So I didn't really have a. I didn't go for when we were going through our honorable mentions, and so I didn't really get. So I didn't get a chance to talk about my relationship with adult animation. But I only started watching adult animation when I was an adult. I saw the Simpsons movie when I was a teenager. Or around about being a teenager. Me and my cousin went to the movies together. That was it. The next time I actually watched like an adult animation show was when I was in college, and I binged Futurama on Netflix. And so I have not watched the majority of these shows, and the majority of the shows I have on my honorable mentions are shows that have came out fairly recently. And the kind of adult animation shows I like are ones that tend to kind of lean away from the more, humor side of things. So going into this, my adventures with Superman is... Let me go down the list here. There is no blood or gore. Well, maybe there's a little bit of blood, but, it's like... It's nothing.
Yeah, Kirby has blood in it. Doesn't mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. What's going on? There is. I think the meanest word, like the rudest language. I think they use then. I think they used the word dummy once. I think that's about as harsh as the language ever gets.
A recent episode, they upgraded it to damn it.
Oh, okay.
Did they? Did they say damn?
Yeah.
Where's that damn fourth chaos?
Yeah. What's it called again? There is no like satire or anything like that. Like there's no like sort of like snarky, cynical jokes or anything. And there's no there is I don't think there's even one sexual innuendo in the show.
Nope.
So that begs the question: why the fuck is this on Adult Swim? And this is one of the reasons I think I wanted this on the bracket was because I think the definition people usually give for adult animation is way too narrow as animation that is inappropriate for kids, when I think if a show is intended for an adult audience, that is surely the same, like, if a show is intended for adults, that is adult animation. And the fact that they put My Adventures with Superman on Adult Swim means it's adult animation.
The thing is, Mick, I learned recently that it was actually slated to go on the original Cartoon Network programming, and I don't think they had time for it there, and that's why it ended up on Adult Swim.
Too bad.
They could have just put it on Max or anything, but they chose.
I think they later put it on Toonami, actually.
That is true. It went on Toonami.
I mean, I'm also of the opinion that an adult animated show doesn't necessarily need blood and guts or people dying left and right to be
exactly. And that's part of the reason is that I think that part of the reason is because they were like, well, it's mainly adults that are going to be watching this show.
Yeah, intention is definitely important.
I guess I don't feel like it is necessarily slated so that only adults. I feel like you could very much enjoy this.
Not only adults. I don't deny that. But
I get Avatar vibes from this.
Admittedly,
yeah, sure.
I will say this is on the bracket. I want to hear about the show, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, I know.
All right, listen, I don't completely agree, but I've seen the show. I like the show. I'd enjoy talking about the show.
Okay, yeah. So, My Adventures with Superman is, as the name implies, is a Superman show. It is. Thanks, Graham.
I
didn't do that.
Also implied by the name, this show is much less concerned with the necessary, this show is much less concerned with like the more, superhero action, and way more concerned with character relationships.
That's why I liked it.
Yeah. So the show's got in some ways it's actually it's got a bit of an anime vibe in the sense that they turn the three main characters, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and what am I doing?
Jimmy Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen. I almost said Owen Wilson. What the fuck am I going through?
Wow, Superman! Wow.
Yeah. They turn the three characters into basically they form a shonen trio with them.
Oh, it hits you as soon as episode 3, I think.
Yeah. So it focuses a lot on the relationship between the three main characters, rather than necessarily like there's action sequences which are really good, and they have villains, of course, but the main drama of the show is not whether Superman will beat so and so. It's largely about how are the relationships between Jimmy, Clark, and Lois going to progress. The characterizations they have for these characters is amazing, and I have to say, and Graham, you can back me up on this if you've seen the show, at least, Graham. This is, I think, one of the best. The guys making the show know how to write Superman correctly.
Yes.
All right, and there's one scene that I think
I know what you're talking about.
There's one. This is, I think, I'm like, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, yes, that's it. They know Superman. There's a scene in which Lois is about to get riddled with bullets from a turret, and Clark jumps in front, and obviously he's bulletproof. He absorbs all the bullets. And Lois goes, "How did you know you were bulletproof?" And Clark goes, "I didn't. I just knew that you were."
Oh.
And I'm like, that is Superman.
Exactly.
But can I just say, Clark and Lois, like, I know this is to be expected, but like Clark and Lois are fucking adorable together. And like, I actually am really with you. The trio of this, when this show is about these three characters as interns at the Daily Planet, going on adventures, like Lois is the one who's like really quick to put him into danger. Jimmy's the one who's so excited about doing anything with relationship to aliens. Like that, the charm and energy, especially with Jimmy and Lois, is on full display here. And like me being someone who like really does not know Superman, like I watched this, I was really just gonna watch 2 episodes, and those two won me over. Like those two are the reason I kept going. Jimmy's enthusiasm, eagerness about the unknown, Lois who is over eager to break the rules for her own justice. It's great. I guess if you say this is who Superman is, I get it. I'm not saying Superman is bad. He was the weakest link for me, but like I feel like you kind of have to have him be like that to like have someone more level-headed in the face of all of this danger. The show loses me a bit when it gets to the actual action stuff, honestly. We were talking earlier about how when you watched Hit Monkey, you couldn't get into the action. Could you get into the action of this?
Yeah, definitely.
So, Deathstroke is here, and they never use him.
Not only is Deathstroke here,
always around.
He's voiced by Jerry.
I was gonna, oh no, Graham, I had a whole bit. I was gonna go to Christian and be like, which one of these has Chris Parnell? And he was gonna be like, oh, it's Rick and Morty. No, it's a trick. He's in both of them.
I don't know. Wait, who's Chris Parnell?
He's Jerry.
Who's
We just
Jerry?
established that it's
Jerry.
Oh, Jerry from Rick and
SNL
Morty.
Legends.
I was like, who's
Jerry
Jerry?
from
Who's
Seinfeld.
Jerry? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Jerry,
Lazy
gotta destroy
Sunday, he's the
Deathstroke, Jerry.
co-lead in that.
So
I don't know about the
so-
Deathstroke.
Yeah. So to be fair, I'm actually kind of like that they don't really do anything with Deathstroke, because Deathstroke at the end of the day is not really a Superman villain. Instead, they're focusing on fucking Parasite. All right.
Yeah.
Now, I gotta be honest. I think one of the show's wildest decisions is to basically take the big Superman villains and kind of the big ones that you could ask someone on the street who they are, and they might be able to guess them. Yeah, Lex Luthor is hinted at, but we don't actually see him as like a proper villain. He's never addressed as Lex Luthor either.
Oh, have you not gotten to season 2 yet, Mick?
No, I've not.
Okay.
I didn't know season 2 came out yet.
Well, not the full thing. They're doing them weekly on Sundays, so the first 2 episodes are out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
First 3.
Yeah.
Today is Sunday, so yes.
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah, so I can only speak to season 1.
Okay.
And when I prepared my pitch for this, season 2 hadn't come out yet. So I'm reading off my notes, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Graham, well, what's your knowledge?
So I just want to like, for me, like as like a massive Superman fan, what I love most about this show is that you can tell it loves Superman enough to know like what it wants to do differently for its own adaptation. Like we're saying, like they don't use like any of the mainline villains for Superman in season 1, and that gives a lot of time for some other villains to kind of step in, like Parasite. Like another great Superman moment is end of the first season when like Parasite has like absorbed all this energy. It's like this big monster
instantly
brain.
Livewire and Parasite, terrifying team up.
And Bigfoot in the brain.
Monsieur Mala.
Monsieur Mala, yeah.
Yeah. And like he's like Parasite's going off like who even are you? Like, have you been reading the papers?
Yes,
Grameo? I'm Superman.
Yeah, that line sent chills down my spine.
Yeah.
Haven't you read the papers? I'm Superman.
Yeah. And it's
so
also
cool.
one of my favorite aspects of Superman has always been like the figuring out like who Clark is, like all these things, because like there's not really in any Superman comics, not really like one moment that makes Superman, like you can say there's one moment that makes Batman, one moment that makes Spider-Man. It's a lot of like figuring out not just like his history, but like how to like use his powers, what is his place like in this world here.
And that's something that this show does really well, because they introduce a new fun wrinkle to the Superman mythos, which is Jor-El can't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
And Superman can't speak Kryptonian.
I do like that touch.
And so Superman has to Clark has to figure out what his powers actually are, through
also,
more or less trial and error.
And I have like one more thing to convince you all to vote for this. I have a stack of money here.
I love The Adventures with Superman. It's my favorite show ever. It's my favorite show in the world.
All right, Christian. Next time I see you in person, the stack of money's yours.
Fucking rich, baby.
As long as you vote for it.
Hey,
How did you know to get in here?
I was gonna say, like, seriously, facade down. Take off the mask. How did you know? Was it Jordan? What are we doing, Taylor? Of course, Graham's not gonna tell us. It's Graham. Of course, he's not gonna tell us.
I fucking knew it.
All right, shall we begin the vote?
Commence
so,
Christian, was it you?
No, it wasn't me.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been Christian.
I know it would have been Christian, but I don't think Mark and Graham hang out, so I'm running out of people.
Are you gaslighting us?
No, I'm not. I seriously didn't know he was coming.
You do. You know that you're the one who most likely would have done it, right?
I know, and that's why it's so shocking. I thought of doing the bit. I thought of this, but I didn't go through with it. I kind of forgot about it, and so when he showed up, I'm like, hang on, who told him? I kind of assumed it was Jordan, because Vinny, was it you?
What?
Did you tell Graham?
Vinny and Graham don't talk.
That's what I'm trying. That's why I'm thinking. Because if it's not you, me, or Christian, it's got to be Jordan. And Jordan. But Jordan said it wasn't him.
Well.
All right, so I'm just gonna go down the Discord aisle here. So, Mick, you're up first.
All right. I am voting for My Adventures with Superman.
All right, Taylor.
I still don't think it's adult animation. I still think it was really fun to talk about. I think Rick and Morty is a ton of fun, and I love Rick and Morty a ton. And even if I'm the only one who thinks so, I'm voting for it.
Oh,
sorry,
no.
I knocked some things over.
Oh, okay.
All right, Christian.
Oh, jeez, what do I vote for? Oh, jeez, I don't know. What do I vote? Do I vote for Rick? Or am I? Oh, jeez. Speckledorf. Voting for My Adventures with Superman.
I hate you. I knew you were going to do it.
Wait,
I
really?
knew it.
Okay.
I fucking knew it. I told him. I said, I promise you, Christian, you're going to vote for My Adventures with Superman. I promise you.
I didn't say I wasn't going to.
I told you were going to. I said you were going to. Me!
Well, you were right the whole time. Oh, yeah, and I guess
And, Jordan? Yeah, I'm gonna go with, Superman. All right.
Yep. Okay.
Spot on Jordan impression.
Jordan, you sound a lot like Mark today.
Yeah. And, Vinny.
So, real quick, I just wanted to point out that I did watch My Adventures with Superman because, obviously this, and, I did have a keen interest in it. However, I did also want to point out that as much as I like how this show captures the character of Superman, and I fuck with its like it conceptually and everything. I actually kind of gotta disagree. I don't really like Lois in the show so far. And just for context, I only watched up to episode 6. Lois kind of pisses me off a little bit in the show, to be fair.
Oh, Superman.
No, no.
I've only really seen Rick and Morty with friends, not on my own time. I will vote for My Adventures with Superman, but if you know the part that really pisses me off, it's episode 5 and 6.
Hey, look what happened. I voted for the adult animation show, and My Adventures with Superman won 4-1.
Yeah, sorry, Taylor.
I don't forgive you. I don't forgive any of you.
That's
Can
okay.
you forgive me?
It's the
If I forgive you for this, then I have to not forgive you for something else.
Well, let's see how forgiveness goes in the second round.
This is gonna
We
be
have
this one is gonna be vicious.
Oh,
okay.
misery!
Either way, I win.
Oh boy.
No one's allowed to mention Imagine Dragons.
the laser eyes activate.
That's not a rule.
That
You
is
can't. It's gonna throw off the brackets so hard.
If you bring up Imagine Dragons, the trapdoor's
Nick,
open.
you
It's
sit
full
here,
of your
you
chance.
sit here and tell me you're the greatest.
I voted
Because
right
once you
recently,
do,
that was
they
all
hate
about
us.
I am
animation.
the greatest.
Nick,
You know
don't be a
this.
monster. Don't be a
Alright,
monster.
sorry, Mark, you can go.
Alright. Second. Alright, we have Arcane, which is a Vinny selection, versus Invincible, which is also a Vinny selection.
Either
So
way,
let's
I
go
win.
first.
I mean, I'll take Arcane if anybody wants to take Invincible.
I wake up to the sound.
Your choice, Vinny.
So, yeah,
Hang on. Has anyone else seen Invincible?
I have not.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so so Taylor, if you'd be prepared.
I can.
If you-
Yeah, I would rather Vinny do Arcane because I did not rewatch Arcane, so I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't have
Gotcha.
as
Okay,
many notes.
fair enough. Yeah, that
We
works.
watched Invincible, so I have a lot to say about Invincible.
Cool. Got it.
Fair
All right.
All right. So, the thing is with me, I am not the biggest League of Legends player.
I hope
know
none of us are.
Yeah, the game I know.
No one needs to talk. I don't. You don't need to see my dark past.
I did try. I did try to get into the game, but I sucked so bad.
League of Legends is stupid.
Well, I mean, the community sucks, but some people are
Like Rick and Morty.
Yeah, you know what?
We
I take
should
it back. I'm not
League
allowed.
of Legends.
I'm not allowed to say games are stupid. I take it back. I don't like League of Legends. If you like League of Legends, I'm honestly, I don't think it's stupid. I apologize, honestly and genuinely. Everyone should be able to like anything. I don't like MOBAs.
Yes, there are some people in the community that are alright, but from what I understand, there's a lot more rough than there are nice.
Yeah, but we don't have time to go into the actual game.
Yeah, no. But the thing that actually segues into what I wanted to talk about. So the thing that did interest me about League of Legends is the lore and the characters. I feel League of Legends has a wonderful cast of characters, all brimming with interesting backstories, and the world building is really damn good. I say this because Arcane is a League of Legends based show that centers in on one of the prominent cities, well, two of the prominent cities, Piltover and Zaun. And being so into the character backgrounds and the lore and everything, I figured, what the hell, I'll give the show a shot, and I think it's really, really damn good. And it's one of the adult animated shows that I point to and say, like, it's a show that gets by without doing any blood or gore, and just focusing on adult themes.
There's blood and gore.
There's blood, yes, but it's not like, oh god,
And
my arm is...
This show gets really dark, actually.
It gets dark, yes, but it's not about like limbs flying off. It's more about...
Well, no, that's not what it's
themes
about.
of-
I agree with
it's
that,
more-
especially
yeah,
in
it's more
contrast to
about
Invincible.
themes of-
I think that's the point. Is that it's in contrast to Invincible.
Yeah. It's more like psychological based themes and whatnot, and I really think that the story between Vi and Powder, or later known as Jinx, is really damn compelling. I'm always a sucker for like family-based stories or family-based drama, and I think this show has that in spades. The animation Oh my god, it is so fucking good.
It's like watching a bunch of Pixar movies.
It's great animation.
Yeah,
It's really
oh my
neat.
god, like, oh my goodness. Like, you hear a bunch of people talk about, like, the fight between Echo and Jinx in the show, and it's literally just one guy running up to Jinx who has a gun. But it's animated so well, and the story between the two of them is told in such a creative way that it, like, my god, like, I gotta wonder how long it took.
Yeah, and without spoiling anything, I want to say that the way they handled Jinx towards the end of the season, I think was done really well to a way that I feel like they crossed the line that I feel like a lot of other shows wouldn't do, and I feel like it set us up for a point of no return that I really want to see. Where like I don't think that this next season is going to be the last because it did pretty well. I'm sure we have quite a few seasons, but wherever this show ends, I feel like what they did with this season is always going to be a part of where the ending of this show will eventually go, and I really want to see what happens as a result.
And just like, and that's the thing too, that at least like this is only the first season of the show, but it already starts out at like such an amazing peak, and it leaves the door open for so many like. It leaves a lot of loose threads, namely like how season 1 ends, which I don't want to spoil just in case people haven't been able to see the whole thing yet. But it leaves me very, very excited for for the possibilities and like what could be introduced or what could be established even more. And again, I'm not big into the game of League of Legends, but like I said, I'm very much into the characters and the world, and I think Arcane, for someone like me, it really nails that. And I think if you want to get into League of Legends, it's weird that I will say that, start with a show, not the game itself. But
no, you don't have to like League of Legends to like this. You don't have to have anything to do with League of Legends to enjoy this. I knew not a thing about League of Legends. I don't know any about the lore, and the less if you like League of Legends, great. The less I know about it, the more it's easy for me to.
I do need to throw this out. It uses the established League of Legends lore as inspiration and kind of does its own thing. It feels more like it's about as close to the actual League of Legends canon stuff as My Adventures with Superman is to the Superman comic books. Like it goes through them for inspiration, but like things don't line up. Like right now in the game, Jinx and Vi are not aware that they're siblings.
Well, to be fair, League of Legends also rebooted its lore too, so that's also kind of as well.
But my point is that like they actually don't have any connection with one. Like they don't actually line up.
Yeah.
I'm getting a kind of like Star Wars: The Clone Wars vibe for regards to the connections. If that makes any sense.
Maybe I wouldn't know.
No, not at all.
No, not necessarily.
Because Star Wars: The Clone Wars is still it doesn't overwrite the movies.
No, it's canon within the movies itself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
In fact, it's the one thing that survived the Disney purge.
Thank God for that. That's a topic for another day. But those are my thoughts on Arcane. It's a really damn good show.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for season 2. You should watch it.
I do think it's a show that gets better the longer you watch it. The prologue of Arcane, which is like the first 3 episodes, it took me a while to get into it. I'm not as into the first couple of episodes, but once it figures out its rhythm, I really got into it.
Oh yeah. That's a perfect thing about this too, is that like at least with the first season, like all 3 episodes, I like to think of them as like because what was it? One person made a comparison where it's like you're instead of like a show, it's kind of like you're watching an animated trilogy of sorts, where the first 3 episodes are the beginning, the 3 through 6 are or 4 through 6 are like the second movie in it, and then like the final 3 episodes, 6 through 9, are like the conclusion to what this story is.
That may be more.
Isn't that the
in line
exact
with,
way we watched it with Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
because we
may
watched
be-
it 3 episodes at a time.
Yeah.
That may be more in line with a 3-act structure than a trilogy.
That too.
Mick, we also watched it in 240p.
I have to make that connection
Did
just
we?
as a writer, but
Yeah.
you watched it in
Like-
480p. No, it's
No,
I don't
we
have
watched
time
it
to
in
analyze that.
240p. I have the picture of the watch party that we did for
That's
the.
right. Our
for
internet started to tank during it. I forgot about that.
Imagine watching Arcane like this.
No.
Dude, I hope that affected the audio quality, and that's why you guys don't like Misery. So it's like,
No, we don't like Misery because it's an Imagine Dragons.
It's Imagine Dragons song.
Imagine Dragon these nuts in the anyway.
Hey, say what you will about Imagine Dragons.
Of course, Jordan has to come back to shit all over Imagine.
Can I just say?
No, I'm talking about Invincible. All right, no.
Yeah, please. Let's move on.
Yes. We're nearing 8 minutes, so yes.
Why did I watch this show? What drew me to the show? I think the reason I started watching this show was because I saw the meme about the Think Mark Think, and I was really curious what happened. So that was all I knew going into this show. It was advertised as like a show with a superhero who has to face big problems with a dad who may have big secrets, something to that effect. And I went into it knowing that, and I feel like to talk about this show properly, I probably have to at least talk about what happens at the end of the first episode, which is you have a character named Mark, and it's like this. It's
Mark.
He's
sorry. Continue.
yeah.
That's a great episode to host, or what? I'm writing the episode.
And the idea is his dad is basically Superman. Instead of Kryptonians, they're called Viltrumites. But they have they seem to have the same powers. And the idea is that Mark is he's just gotten his powers and he wants to be like his dad. But what he doesn't know is that his dad has just killed the Justice League. Or this show's equivalent of the Justice League, which is to say that like the first season is like this kind of like it has to have this relationship while Mark is working on his powers, his social life, and balancing that. His dad is constantly under scrutiny as they're trying to figure out what he's done, and Mark doesn't know what he's done. And so the dynamic between those two over the course of this first season is really tense, and it's really exciting to figure out where it's going to go. And when it does get to where the first season ends, I think that's arguably the best and most exciting part about this whole show. The entire, and like, again, I've told you what happens at the end of the first episode, but I haven't ruined the biggest twists that you do learn about the characters. And when you get to those points, you really get locked in for what this show is capable of doing. There's a great supporting cast here. There's a robot named Robot. You have a character named Adam Eve, who's really cool. There's these two characters, these two villains. They're called the Mahler twins, and they're voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson. And the idea is that one of them clones the other one, but they don't know which one is the clone, so they just keep assuming the other one is clone, and they keep having to I need to be the alpha, and they're like, spoken like a true clone. Shut up, clone. And that's really fun. This show is bloody. That's its whole thing, is that it really goes hard on the gore. And I think it's cool from an animation perspective. It might be excessive. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that too much blood is a bad thing. It's fun. Listen, I'm not going to tell you that blood and gore is not fun. It's just, there's a lot of it. And it could be fetishized if you're worried about that. If that's not your thing, then just be aware of that. But I think it works well. You have really good action scenes. The show loses me a little bit when the narrative goes into filler episodes, and by that I mean there's just some times when they do shit that has really little to do with the main story of Mark and his dad and his friends. There's an episode where Mark just goes to Mars, and it's really fucking boring. It's an episode where they deal with corrupt billionaires and just stuff that I don't think lends itself to the story as well. I think, though, I think that the reason this show works so well is through the relationship between Mark and I like any story about a character who needs to balance his social life with his superhero life, and this show does that. And some stuff they did with season 2 towards the end, I think, made it better. I like season 1 more than season 2. I don't think season 2 is quite as good personally, but I'm not sure if I'm in the minority on that. I don't know if anyone else here saw season 2.
I haven't finished watching season 2 yet. I stopped at the point they stopped releasing episodes briefly, and then I gotta do it.
When you come back, get ready for a really good joke about that break.
Humor.
If you're looking for good superhero action that fetishizes the gratuity but doesn't lose the heart and the storytelling, there's a pretty dang good show here. Does no one else have anything to say about Invincible?
I have a short thing. Just just between me. This is gonna be a thing for me and Jordan and no one else.
I love that.
Damn it.
My first, I think,
Damn it.
I think both mine and Jordan's first exposure to the show, or to Invincible, was reading a spin-off comic of it, The Astounding Wolfman.
That's not what I thought you were gonna say, but okay.
No. Oh, okay, yeah. We read a comic called The Astounding Wolfman, which is about a man who gets bitten by a werewolf and just about to become a werewolf-themed superhero. And we kept doing riffs on because he's a werewolf superhero, and at one point he has his own werewolf mobile. And there's a clip from an episode of MSD3K. An American Werewolf in
traffic. Nick, what I thought you were going to say was there was a PCU, and I know we're going way over, but I'll try and keep this brief. There was a PCU where we read the first Invincible comic of the new arc.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, what's the new arc of this going to be? It's like Mark is now married to somebody, and they're living in space, and they have a kid or something. And the majority of this comic concerned space poop. It was just the handling and maintenance of their child's leavings, and then at the very end something plot-wise happened. So it was just jokes about space poop. And I'm going to Lewis, who must have put it up. I'm like, I know you're trying to pitch Invincible, but like there's got to be more to it than just space poop, right? And he's like, there is, but this is what was out. So
yeah, because when we got into Invincible, what was it? It was like, I think at the tail end of the series.
Yeah, like it was we were like, oh, what comic should we read? Oh, I know, like the last one.
The finale of one ongoing series. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Graham's Game of Thrones watching order.
Yes, exactly.
No!
You said his name. He's gonna come back in now.
Well, actually, you know what, Christian? That's not a bad idea because you go from shit to good.
All right. I'm gonna say we should.
All right.
For Mick's sake, I'm gonna say we should probably drop this point.
Yeah, I know he doesn't like that, but it was relevant to this. So.
Oh yeah, no, it was relevant. No, I was gonna mention. My anecdote is The Astounding Wolfman. I totally forgot we actually read Invincible.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I think Lewis brought it in. Lewis and Jason definitely.
Yeah.
One of those two.
I hear it lends itself to.
Yeah.
I hear that the show as an adaptation lends itself to the comics pretty well.
That's what I've heard too.
All right, so Jordan, the voting order, which you know because you were clearly here at the first round.
Yes, I was clearly here at the time.
Is down in the Discord order. You're gonna love my impression of you.
Okay.
Anyway.
You get an impression? I thought Jordan was here.
Yeah, man, I'm not
You
good.
lied to us.
So, first up, Mick. Arcane or Invincible?
Arcane, because I've seen Arcane. I've yet to watch Invincible.
All right, Taylor.
Gosh, I definitely saw Invincible more recently. Which one am I more excited to see where the entire story ends is the question. Let me think about that point and get back to you.
All right, Christian.
I imagine Arcane looking at Invincible and being like, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. So by quoting an Invincible meme, I'm going to vote for Arcane.
Think, Christian, think.
I'm gonna give it to Invincible. I have more thoughts of Invincible in my head right now. I wasn't as into season 2 as I was season 1, but I definitely am here for the ride. I don't remember a ton about Arcane right now, so I need to get back to Arcane and figure out what I'm looking for. And you guys are probably all
Ended
gonna
with a
vote for
Sting
Arcane.
song.
Oh, yes, it did. Oh my God, more things need to end with Sting songs, but unfortunately, most movies edit them out.
Listen,
Jordan.
Invincible doesn't have a theme song. Someone just says or tries to say Invincible, and then instead of the word Invincible, you just
It
have
just
the
splatters
title of
blood all
Invincible,
over the
a
title.
splatter of blood, and then by the end of the first season, it's just nothing but blood.
Lovely. So, these are two shows that I have not seen, and it's really a case of
One has Imagine Dragons and one doesn't.
Well, it's really just a case of which one would I sooner want to get into, and ultimately, well,
Imagine if you will.
to be honest, the Imagine Dragons is kind of not working in Arcane's favor.
Damn it.
But also,
Jordan,
they do have
I
their
wake up
league
to the sound
sodas in one
of the
episode.
silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching for the stories that are told.
Arcane is probably still going to win, considering who's going to go after me. So I'm going to give it to Invincible because I think I have more interest in watching Invincible, and also because in Arcane I am not a believer.
You're a monster, Jordan.
In that show, when Imagine Dragons fucking personas showed up in the middle, like their self-insert personas showed up in the middle of the show.
I think that's in the music video.
No,
it's in the show.
Because
I remember Christian Christian let out a fucking war cry when it happened. Because it was great, because when it began, Christian was like, "Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of Imagine Dragons. Like, they're kind of milquetoast, aren't they?" By the end of the show, Christian, they had somehow gone from we're all right to like the worst band on the planet in Christian's eyes. It was very funny.
All right, I pushed the bear. I'm
Vinny.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Right, and,
Y'all saw my
Vinny?
past.
See, either way, I win with whatever.
Yeah, but you have to kill the one you don't love as much.
Yeah, I know.
It's not killing it. It depends what's gonna
No,
happen.
it was funny too because before we started recording, I made a joke about like screwing up, and I said like, "Oh, it's like having two kids, where you screw up with one, you can improve with the second one from your mistakes."
You make a great parent, Vinny.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna go with Arcane.
Yeah, I figured you would.
Imagine if you would.
Sorry.
Dragging these
All right,
nuts.
look. It says something when the worst thing you could say about the first season is that they put in a music video of Imagine Dragons performing the title.
That's not the worst thing you can say about it, though. I mean, just
Not the worst thing,
the
but
worst.
like
Everything else is great.
I have
Considering-
I have my problems with
Considering
Arcane. Just
Considering that a show in the next matchup put in a YouTube music video essentially at one
Yeah.
point, and a Lady Gaga music. Well, okay, we're trying to say good things about it.
really quick, I'm sorry. For round 3. Hi, Taylor's sister. I know you're listening. Skip to the next round. I'm not going to make you happy.
Oh no!
It's
Sorry,
not going to
Taylor.
be
Oh
fun.
dear. All right,
We're about to witness some
round
massacre.
3.
Pistons are fun.
Should we prepare this round to be long? Because I know these are two very
so.
highly contested shows.
I won't
Okay,
be very
all right.
long.
If we
So-
do only 8 minutes on one of these, I will be shocked.
I won't be long. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right, so for round 3, we have The Simpsons, which is a Jordan
Simpsons.
pick,
A lot of
versus
people put it up.
Smiling Friends, which is a Christian pick.
I feel like we've waited 30 yearlies to finally talk about The Simpsons proper, have we?
I feel like The
Yeah.
Simpsons has been talked about throughout all the yearlies to the point that we've
He's
already
not
said everything.
fucking
I
here.
know. We have to manifest him or something.
It's like
Just kidding.
it's Christian. It'd be like if you were gone for the time we finally fucking talk about Kirby in a
I was
year
going to
least.
say Glover.
Yeah, Glover. We talk about Glover,
Yeah.
and you're not fucking here.
If only he was Superman like Graham was, then he'd hear us talking about him and come in. Anyway, who wants to go
Well,
first?
Graham is Superman.
Yeah, it's the only one on the
I could
spectrum.
go because I'll try and sum it up best I can, and then I'll let other people go. All right. Has the timer been started, or do you want me to? Or am I
It
doing
has started now.
So, I got into The Simpsons around season 17, and I still think it's amazing. I got into this just because I checked out one of those. They have the episode guides for The Simpsons that is now The Simpsons World brick book, and I got a couple of those out from the library, and I memorized a lot of the different episodes and the bits from those, and then I started watching the reruns on cable, the reruns of 17 and 18 and stuff like that, and I watched it as it came out. It became one of those special interests where I had to be around the television on Sunday night at 8 o'clock because I needed to watch The Simpsons. and it eventually led to me getting all of the DVD sets, where I would get like I have a couple. I have like 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8, I think. And The Simpsons is one of the best written sitcoms of its time, and when I say that, I mean mostly the era from season 2 and until around season 10 or season 1, because that writers' room had people like Conan O'Brien and John Swartzwelder and Brad Bird and people like that who could just throw out amazingly funny ideas, and it wouldn't even be the 10th funniest thing in the episode. It just had that sort of infectious, ridiculous comedy mentality that people have been trying to replicate. Even Simpsons writers have been trying to replicate for years. There is so much about character building, about comedy mentality, about running gags, recurring characters, the whole cast and world of characters. So much of this is in television history as well as cartoon history. And I think that even some of the stuff they're doing now, occasionally they will hit upon gold because they still have these same great characters, great concepts, great world, and they just get to play around in that sandbox and try and... Because in all actuality, it should have ended about 20 years ago. But the fact that it's still on now and people can still watch The Simpsons every week on Sundays is amazing. This show is God. Anybody else want to say things about The Simpsons?
So I would like to.
Yeah.
So, around it was almost a year ago. For some reason, YouTube decided to recommend to me, decided to start recommending me, like Simpsons, video essays. Like I watched 1 or 2, and I mentioned it because I know our friend Clank. He's a really big Simpsons fan. So I mentioned it.
Loves it.
We started having conversations about Simpsons, and I forget exactly how this brought up, but I also wound up mentioning that my favorite television show was Psych, and we started going back and forth on that, and we decided, you know what we'll do? We'll do a thing where we'll meet up each week, and we'll watch 2 episodes of each other's favorite TV show.
Yes.
We've been going about a year now. We're midway through Psych, and we're not technically even a third of the way through through The Simpsons, but we're about halfway through the.
You're not watching all of The Simpsons, right?
No, we're not. We're watching. We're stopping at when Clanky has decided. Clanky has an idea of when's the. Clanky's decided this is when we stop. This is what, like, I don't know when it is. I don't know what season, what episode he's decided on, but he's like, we'll stop when it stops being good. I'll let you know when that is.
Pull the rug.
I have to say, that's like watching all of South Park. That is a Herculean task.
No, we're gonna get to that, but we're gonna get to that.
Anyway, point being, so, and as I mentioned before, this is my first time seeing The Simpsons. I had seen The Simpsons movie, but I've never actually watched The Simpsons, and now I'm watching I think we've gone, I think we're up to, season 6, I want to say? And so I've just watched it, a bunch of it, with fresh eyes. I've never seen it. And this show is very fun. I can 100% back everything Jordan says as someone who's literally only seen this year as his first exposure to The Simpsons. It's the jokes, like, what's good? Like, obviously, they're the jokes that, you know, are famous, and so, like, I knew they were coming. But there are jokes that, like, they're not even like famous or infamous or anything, but they will, like, come out of the TV and slap you across the face when they happen. What?
Or the balls.
Yeah.
With a rake.
But, like, not.
Or a football.
Yeah. The show is also, it's occasionally the episodes have something of an interesting structure whereby they don't actually have a plot. Like, it takes a while for them to figure out what the plot is.
Get me started. Not even
weirdly,
with this show, but we're gonna get into it.
Yeah. Weirdly, those are some of the, like, the fact that it takes a while in some of the Simpsons episodes, it's like, you know what, I can tolerate it because it never goes too crazy. It's not like it takes us to the literal last minute, but sometimes it's like halfway through the episode before we finally land on the actual plot, and then it doesn't exactly have an ending. but the jokes are good enough along the way that and there's quite a few like blink and you miss it type jokes as well, which are always
Absolutely.
fun. And it's one of the things I like about it is the show isn't just a vehicle for jokes. There's an actual, like, even though it can take them a while sometimes, there will always be an actual plot. And it won't be like, let's cut away for a joke, and then the cutaway turns into the actual show, like, plot.
Okay, I wonder what show he's talking about.
I could potentially talk about a few shows here. But, like, yeah, I think that's all I'll say. Obviously, we're only just getting to some of, like, the truly, like, I mean, we're kind of in the thick of, like, the golden age, I think, sort of, where, like, it's, like we've almost every other episode is, like, an episode I've heard of by reputation. Like, I think we just wrapped up Cape Fear.
Oh my
and
god.
that is the best episode, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, that episode is fucking legendary. I have things, but I should probably save them
Okay.
in exchange for getting into big fights with Christian.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh. Oh, okay.
May I proceed?
Yeah.
Can we not? Can we just not talk about it?
I guess we could just vote. Do you want to just vote?
I would love to.
All right.
All right, start the vote.
Okay. No, you should.
No, start the vote. Do it.
No,
Start the vote.
Christian.
Did it work?
Christian.
Did it finally work?
Start the vote.
Oh my god!
Wait, really?
Christian,
Yeah, start the vote.
I'm brand new at this. Don't throw me off like
Did
that,
I
man.
skip the Smiling Friends pitch? Did I do it?
Mark, start the vote.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, get some stuff in the clock.
Wow.
You'll be
Sorry, Oni plays.
You'll be shocked.
Okay,
You'll be shocked to know this is actually in my predictions as well.
Oh my god.
Nick, go ahead.
I'm voting for The Simpsons.
Good.
All right. I'm gonna. Taylor, do you want to go now? You want to vote?
Should I? What am I vote for Smiling? I vote for this. I vote for The
What?
Simpsons. I'm not gonna even
Okay,
talk
good.
about why. I'm just gonna vote for The Simpsons.
Oh.
Okay, Christian.
I'll talk about
The
The Simpsons
Simpsons
later.
is a legendary show, and I gotta say, as someone who has not watched a lot of The Simpsons, I will say that every single episode of The Simpsons that I have watched has been amazing to me. The fucking baseball episode, Who Shot Mr. Burns, Cape Fear, obviously. Fucking, I really like the emotional ones, like Bart Gets an F and the Maggie episode. Like, don't forget, you're
yeah, I know you
here
love that.
forever. Which I
That's
quote
kind of what
all
I was
the
trying to
time.
get at by the fact that, like, the show's not just a vehicle for jokes. And that they actually,
Exactly.
It has heart.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, but I think what you need to remember, Mick, is that at a certain point, like, these shows go on so long that it becomes really hard to take the heartfelt moments from the earlier episodes into those later episodes. So enjoy the heart while the heart is there, you know?
But don't worry, we're stopping before the heart stops.
Yeah. What I did, because I also watched The Simpsons really for the first time, like, last year, because and I was baited by Jordan while you were baited by Clanky, and
Yeah,
Chris
I was
and
like,
Jordan,
come on.
and
now.
Technically, I
did
wasn't
was-
baited. We entered into a pact.
No, well, because what Jordan would do is, like, every week he would send me Simpsons Twitter clips. So, like, as if to say, look, you got to do it. You got to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And what I did was, instead of, I was going to stop at season 10, but then I went to Jordan and I'm like, are there any other episodes, like, in the crevices of the show's dark years that I should grab? And he gave me a small list. And,
I gave you a bunch, yeah.
the other episodes were better, but, like, you know.
Yeah, so, The Simpsons, beautiful, wonderful show. I apologize to Smiling Friends fans who are watching that I did not go ahead and pitch this show. Honestly, I just don't want to hear what Taylor has to say about it. I am going to
have very
vote for
much to say
Smiling
about
Friends. I'm going to vote for Smiling Friends, but if for any reason, amazingly enough, The Simpsons looks like it may lose, I'm going to switch my vote to The Simpsons.
And I'm going to tell you straight out, despite the fact that because one of the problems I have with Adult Swim, which I'm going to get to very soon, actually, is that a lot of Adult Swim caters to the stonery / hyper ADHD kind of, like, chaotic, kind of hard to watch kind of thing. Like, they did something a couple of years ago. They did the pilot for the Pibby show, which is like, yes, it's bringing back like Hanna-Barbera things, but also in the most chaotic and horrifying way. And I don't like the shows that do the sort of like staticky, horrifying kind of stuff. And Smiling Friends actually does a lot right, and I know that this is a contentious point with some people here, but I can't completely enjoy it. There's some clips of it that show up online that I can't like that people will say, "Oh my god, this is the funniest thing." I'm like, this is fine, but I don't know if I completely see it.
Well, Jordan, what you're describing, if I may.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's
I know Christian would avoid this, but I'm sorry.
Well, no, look, listen, I wasn't actually, look, I'm not going to go on like, I'm not going to be like, this is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. I actually respect YouTube animators getting their own programs, because that should happen. More people, because YouTube animators have been working themselves to death for years, because they kind of started in the platforms of Newgrounds, and like we're finally reaching a point where like, what is this, Psychic Pebbles who got the show?
Yes, it was Psychic Pebbles and what's his name?
I don't think it was
Michael Cusack.
And then what's his name? Odd Ones Out, I think, has a show now, called Oddballs.
On Netflix, very briefly.
Yeah.
Plus, one of the people that works on Smiling Friends is Harry Partridge, who did Dr. Bees and the Watchmen animated series, and also he is the son of the guy from XTC, one of my favorite bands. So,
and a lot of the voice actors, a lot of guest voice actors come from like Newgrounds history. Oni Plays, we mentioned. Tom Folk appears as a guest who's creator of Newgrounds. David Firth, who made Salad Fingers. James Rolfe appears in a random montage in one of the last episodes.
Oh my god.
The aforementioned Doug Walker.
Gilbert Gottfried plays God. The reason I was like, can we skip this, is just because this show makes me immensely uncomfortable.
And that's fair.
I think the art style is it's so grotesque and creepy, and this show does what I call jump scare humor, in which I don't feel like it's exactly funny so much as characters will, in really random, inopportune moments that you don't really expect there to be a need for or reason for, that a character will just make a random loud noise to kind of force laughter out of you. And
I don't love that.
If I may defend, now that we're talking about Smiling Friends, I think Smiling Friends very much, the reason why I like it so much is because of its utilization of some of the more modern aspects of humor. One of the most popular things in terms of humor nowadays is the perfectly cut scream trope, which is something that I have a particular affinity for, and this show uses that a lot, and I couldn't help myself. I thought it was funny every single time they did it. I also love this show's use of multimedia design, like a whole bunch of different, live action, stop motion. There's this one episode where it's literally just like stop motion Satan ordering Uber Eats, and it's like, I don't think the joke is that funny, but it's stop motion Satan ordering Uber Eats. And then there's the parts where the show just completely subverts things. This is my favorite episode of the show is, where is it? The Smiling Friends Go to Brazil, which has no jokes.
The Brazil episode.
No jokes, because the whole episode is one big joke. I won't even say what it is, but it's really good.
So I do want to say, so I don't like the show, but also I don't like a lot of the Newgrounds YouTube animator, style animations. Like they've always found literally, the Smiling Friends is exactly what I expected when you said, "Hey, a couple of Newgrounds guys got their own show," and it's like, it's a bunch of like horrifying, disturbing imagery, and like weirdly cut stuff. Oh, I'm shocked.
I mean, look,
I am shocked.
Like everyone has like 10,000 teeth
at the end of the day.
Like
at the end of the day,
lanky, gross, proportionate bodies.
At the end of the day, Smiling Friends, I feel like, may be the best example on this bracket of if you think it's funny, you like it. If you don't think it's funny, you don't. That's why Smiling Friends is super popular, because people think it's funny.
That's the only show where that opinion comes up.
It's not the only one, but I would say this is probably the example that proves that this one may be the most divisive because of that reason.
This to me is like all of the memes that I don't like put into a show.
And that's fair. I don't love Smiling Friends, but I think a lot of it actually, like, I get enough of it that I understand why people like it, and I think that, but like, if I were in a different state of mind and if I didn't take these things so seriously, maybe I'd enjoy it. I don't know. I'm not as down on it as some other people. Meanwhile, The Simpsons is one of the most important shows to me, has influenced my humor. You already knew I was voting for it, so I'm voting for it.
I would like to say one more thing about Smiling Friends before we get to the last vote. Smiling Friends is Mr. Frog in it, and I'm just happy he could go from Spore to an
I like
animated
Mr.
show.
Frog, actually, so that's all good.
Yeah, no. So, I saw Mr. Frog. I'm like, hang on a minute. What? Wait, was Christian's Mr. Frog character a reference to this?
No,
so
imagine
No,
I
but I
predicted.
referenced it when he brought up Mr. Frog.
Smiling Friends stole from Christian.
Yeah.
Vinny, your vote?
I'm just gonna vote for The Simpsons.
Okay. Cool.
I was about to do Hawaii 5-0, and then I remembered Christian voted for Smiling Friends.
Yeah, Christian.
Yeah, no, we're not having the song. There's no song allowed.
And then again, just so Christian knows that there's no hard feelings. Again, I really give more animator shows.
Absolutely.
Yes,
And Adult Swim
absolutely.
is a great place for him too.
Absolutely.
All right. So round 4, we have a Robot Chicken, which is a Jordan pick.
It's alive.
Versus South Park, which is a Taylor pick. Let's go first.
Oh boy.
I went first last round, Taylor. If you want to take this, I'm all for it.
Sure. Kids' Choice 2006 on April Fool's Day. Jack Black was hosting. He was singing, "It's Kids' Choice 2006 on April Fool's Day." And the afternoon leading up to that, my dad called me up on the phone. He's like, "Taylor, you have any interest in South Park?" I'm like, I've seen the characters, and I think I played the N64 game one Thanksgiving, but I don't really. Yeah, I know that is the correct reaction. Yeah, I'm curious about it, but I don't know. That's my answer. I'm curious. And he's like, "Okay, thank you for your input." And he comes home with the season 1 DVD. I was at a young age. The Kids' Choice Awards are not doing it for me. So my dad comes home with the DVD, and we're like, all right, let's, as a family, get into our parents' bed and watch Cartman Gets an Anal Probe.
Oh my god.
Oh my
You
And-
started from the beginning with your... Okay.
I don't think I've ever laughed harder in my life.
Oh my
Or
god.
we, as a family, laughed harder than watching that pilot, getting to the point where Cartman goes, "I know I don't have an anal probe, and I know I am not under alien control." Zap, I love to sing about the Buddha and the tuna and the Springer. I love to sing.
That's great.
Real quick.
We fucking died. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vinny.
No, I was just gonna say, because God, up to this point, I had never seen like a pilot episode of South Park. It was always just like random episodes that I would catch like on Comedy
That was
Central.
actually one of the best episodes.
That was
And-
actually very
well,
good, yeah.
I watched it, and the thing is that the episode that I was watching, it must have been like a DVD cut or whatever.
Yeah. There's a weird version of it out
because
there.
it was literally called the Fireside Chat with
No.
Matt
Okay,
and Trey.
yeah. So the DVDs, the first couple of seasons have these weird pre-commentaries with like Matt and Trey. It's like
It was-
really weird versions of themselves where I think they're like platonic lovers and they're like sitting by
and the
a
dog just
campfire,
keeps changing.
and like every episode is their favorite episode of South Park. And like
Yeah.
you're explaining like, oh, Mr. Mackey is based off of my school counselor who said McCoy a lot.
And I think it's like Matt just looks at Trey with like these weird loving eyes or something.
Yeah, it's really weird. One time they kill an old man with a ninja star.
Oh my God.
It's a weird thing they did.
It was so bizarre, but it was so funny.
Yeah. So
So
listen,
funny.
South Park is the most satire of shows. It's the most satire you can possibly get. This is a universe in which the act of saying hello to someone cannot be taken seriously because no adult in this show feels real. It is fascinating how committed this town is to being idiots. So instead, you have to use the kids as their voice of reason, except for Cartman. Never Cartman. And they look in on the inside and embrace the chaos. And they're like actual children who, sometimes they get along, they get into trends and they make fart jokes and they curse and they go dude. And then there's Butters, who's the most innocent person in the universe, and we should never let him take any damage.
Never forget Chimpokemon.
This show has the uncanny ability to take any trend in society and just make a fascinating episode out of it. So you get an episode called Insecurity, which is like, let's just do an episode about the flaws in home security and how home security doesn't really work, because if someone has invaded your home, the police couldn't get there in time. Or like, let's do an episode just entirely in World of Warcraft called Make Love Not War.
That's a great one.
I love it so much.
Yeah, you get episodes that touch on current events in a mostly fun way. You get an episode. I remember I used to be really freaked out about all the North Korea threats, and then we got Put It Down, which is like you take the hyperactive character Tweak, being like, oh, shit, why are we not freaking out about this more? And like they actually put it into this really calming perspective that genuinely calmed me down. And like they did it like a failsafe, like they also had the side bit with like distracted driving is a real issue, and just everyone is fucking running over kids with distracted driving. It's crazy. And like there's so many original episodes too. Free Wilsiak, where they send a whale to the moon. The Losing Edge, which is like an anti-sports story where they're trying to lose the big game. The Return of the Fellowship of the Ring. All of the Canada episodes. I love how any attempt to tackle a foreign issue in this show is done through Canada.
Absolutely.
There's so many great trilogies: Imagination Land, Black Friday, the Coon and Friends episodes. Vinny touched on something earlier that I disagree with, is that we're like 26 something seasons into this show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like
still producing good episodes.
No. I wasn't saying it in the sense of like, oh god, too many seasons and all of like it clearly like the show has lost its quality. No, I'm just saying like in terms of just length and how long it's been going on for. It's like, wow. Like it's like not every episode is a winner anymore, and their production they're going on kind of like a Steven Universe release schedule where like we get like 2 specials a year, and like I guess Max owns the rights to the show and Paramount Plus owns the right to the specials, which is really fucking weird. But like the show is still capable of good. The show is still good. You can't say that about a lot of these shows. Some of these shows needed to have ended decades ago. This show is not one of them. And like, holy shit, Killing Kenny is one of the most amazing running gags in any show ever.
Absolutely.
If I may step in for a moment, South Park, when I was younger, like I think my height of South Park was mid-high school. I would say mid-high school this was a top 5 show. So much so, and I tried to do this like collaborative countdown with some of my friends, and I repped South Park, recorded a whole entry for it, and edited the whole thing together. If you somehow hold me at gunpoint, maybe I'll share it, because I still have it.
You did a yearly's pitch for South Park?
Basically, like in countdown.
Like 10 years ago?
Yeah, exactly.
How did you do this, sir?
It was like that was the Spirit of Christmas pilot that Matt and Trey did before the show. Christian did that for the yearlies.
Yeah, and also I will say, I think the whole reason why I ended up watching South Park was, of course, because of the movie as well. I love the movie. I think the movie's fucking awesome.
The movie is so good. Oh my god.
The show itself, I still think is good. And I think, again, if I were to go back to earlier episodes once more, I think I would still have a really good time. I think the show can be a little preachy sometimes, a little too on the nose, and sometimes a bit too crude for my liking, but...
Well, that's South Park.
But that's the thing, right?
A bit too crude.
Was about getting a probe up his butt.
Well, that's the thing. South Park without the edge. South Park without any edge would kind of defeat the purpose of the show a little bit. So I can't exactly fault it too much on that, though. There are a couple episodes that really made me want to throw up. But
it really just all kind of depends on your tolerance with this show. It's written in such a way that like you sort of discover your own limit for what you're okay with.
Yeah.
This is what I would say, like, because you always run into that where it's like how much is too much with like any piece of media, but with this show I kind of feel like it's the exact opposite. Like you have to decide what do you think is too much.
Yes.
I accept that answer. I respect that's a good. I think you summed it up pretty well, Vinny. Because like there are episodes that I don't go back to because there is like a gross thing or two. Like there is a rhythm. I won't deny that, but I think it's so little of the point of like what the show is trying to do in the grand scheme of things that it just kind of feels like, you know, when that happens, it's collateral damage. Every news reporter is named Tom. Also, I love that. Thanks, Tom.
There's a lot of really fun gags in South Park. I've seen my fair share. I enjoy South Park just because the cheaper animation allows them to do recent and topical sort of satire. I also like a lot of the fact that their satire can be kind of very smart while doing it in very crude and immature means. I like how funny this show can be. I like just like while it's trying to do very subversive things, just doing something as simple as Cartman having to eat toothpaste, or the concept of Yoko Ono and the brown noise, or like just various other just ridiculous things in between actual social satire. And I mean, like Doug Walker himself has said this, but one of the best pieces of satire they did was immediately after 9/11, the Osama bin Laden episode, which is just a Looney Tunes where they're taking it out on a cartoon villainized version of an actual world villain. And they were able to do things like that, and they've done it a million times since with other world leaders. I have a lot of respect actually for what South Park has done, can do, will do. I think that sometimes they go a little bit over the edge, and I think that it's
there are banned episodes.
Yeah,
Let's
and
not
I
even
think
talk
that it's
about
definitely clear how much where Trey and Matt stand politically. Not there's anything wrong with that, but
and let's not even talk about the scenes in Stick of Truth that had to get censored with crying koalas because Australia was like,
Yeah, in
not doing
Australia.
this shit.
In
Yeah,
Australia.
no, in America we got it.
In America, we got everything.
Of course.
Fucking America.
For years, South Park was the no show. You know,
Yeah.
watch
Very
Simpsons,
understandable.
watch Family Guy. Do not watch South Park.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Now, in around 5th or 6th grader show, I really hated Hannah Montana and the Jonas Brothers because I was a boy.
Oh, that
So-
episode. Oh, God.
And also, like I was and kind of still am a classic Disney guy. So I'm like, oh, this is taking the focus away from Mickey Mouse. I hate them. And I was like, okay, South Park is bad. South Park is bad. And then I saw the episode. I don't know what it's called, but it was the Purity Rings episode where Kenny.
Yeah.
And there's evil Mickey Mouse, and like
Yeah,
Mickey Mouse
great
just beating the shit out of the Jonas Brothers. And I watched that as like a 10 or 12-year-old, whatever. I'm like, this shit's hilarious. South Park is okay with me, and I was a fan for a while.
All right,
Okay,
let's let Jordan
Can
Robot
I
Chicken.
pitch Robot Chicken, please?
Yes.
Okay. This
Tell me the
is
deep
what is
lore of Robot Chicken, Jordan.
Yes, the deep lore of this ridiculous stop motion show. This is the upteenth edition of what has become a recurring theme at the Showlies, which is Jordan shoehorns in a sketch comedy show. It happened with Amanda's show already, and it's happening here because this is sketch comedy only with the best quality and of stop motion celebrity likenesses and character likenesses, courtesy of, I believe, Plastic Earth or something, whatever the company was. They were really good. Robot Chicken is an adaptation of a long-running comic series from a magazine I subscribed to called Toy Fair Magazine. That was a subsidiary of Wizard Magazine. And what they would do is they would do a series at the very end of it, because it would be all about the new toy releases, action figure releases, and they would do a comic strip thing called Twisted Toy Fair Theater, which would be like Spider-Man or Mego Spider-Man and all these different toys doing various other sketch farcical things. And it was very sardonic and very good humorous, and I have all these collections of them. And the guys who wrote that, people like Tom Root, Matt Senreich, Doug Goldstein, they got to talking with Seth Green, who was just coming off of Austin Powers movies and Buffy and all that, and they were like, why don't we do a TV series version of that? I Seth Green have all of my celebrity clout, you guys have all your geek clout, we combine forces and we make something really cool for Adult Swim. And that is what Robot Chicken is. It is all of the different machinations of sketch comedy, comic book, geek TV lore vivisected by each other with amazing clout gets. I would watch clips of this on my computer when I was like a teenager, and there were bits of this that I really enjoyed. They had a recurring character that was just called the Nerd that would wind up in various ridiculous situation. There's one where he's in the land of Narnia. There's another one where he's in Oz. There's another one with a recurring character, the humping robot. That was always very funny. They would do really fun movie parodies and television parodies. The most famous one, of course, was the phone call that Emperor Palpatine got after the Death Star.
Yeah, this is one of the ones I
Darth
know.
Vader
love
is
that
calling
one.
him from his TIE fighter cell, and you have him in a meeting with some people in Coruscant or something, and it's Seth MacFarlane as Palpatine, and just had his immediate reaction. And they would use that. They would make some Star Wars specials from that. Yeah, it was what the hell is an aluminum falcon?
Aluminum Falcon.
Yeah. They would use that kind of like.
Oh, don't cry.
Oh, don't cry. I love it.
Put your asthmatic ass back here right now. I'm gonna tell everybody about a white
They
bitch
had
we're
the
about
best
to
ways
panda bear.
of going the game of what about if, the game of if this is true, then this is also true, and just using the best, the most fun logic, and so even things that were unrelated, they were just sketches they would just think of, or just little second long things. The energy they wielded in their prime, I thought, was really fantastic. Yes, it could be like South Park. It could be a bit crude and a bit juvenile at times. It could get a bit too dark, but I think
This
that
kid
in
was
its
right
prime,
off right there.
Yeah,
there were a lot of really. Sorry, go.
No, sorry, I think I interrupted you in the middle of your closing statement. But I do have a Robot Chicken story if you're okay with it.
Go.
Robot Chicken scared the shit out of me.
It's becoming a theme this week.
When I was a
Christian.
child, I accidentally tuned into a Robot Chicken skit. I think it was the one where Bob the Builder gets his dick foot kicked in or something. And
Oh god.
Something like that, yeah.
I was not used to stop motion animation in anything that was not a whimsical children's movie. So I watched it, and I was it made me so uncomfortable because it felt so uncanny. And I was like, I'm never watching Adult Swim ever again. I stopped watching Adult Swim for months. I grew to later appreciate Robot Chicken because I do think I like the format of the show a lot. But
absolutely.
But it never became. I still find myself uncomfortable watching the show.
Yeah.
It's not an easy watch.
I just
I
stop
like
motion
it.
fucks with me. Stop motion, I love it, but it fucks with me a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Number one
Yeah,
Nightmare
yeah.
Before Christmas
Hey.
fan.
So next votes, Mick,
Come back to me.
hey, Taylor.
After
It
all
is
that,
It is South Park, but I really do like Robot Chicken. I have a lot of sketches that I will fall back on: Quicksand Giraffe, Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd Rap Battle. Just
yeah.
fucking
Yes. Okay.
when they fucking snap the
Bob,
neck of Boots from
I
Dora the
think-
Explorer.
I think
Fantastic.
yeah.
But I think ultimately South Park is, I think, probably my
Yeah,
favorite animated show.
it's your show,
out
yeah.
there.
All right, Christian.
I forgot to bring up my favorite Robot Chicken sketch, and I think the one that actually made me decide that I could watch the show. It was the one where there's a bank heist and Toad is their getaway driver. And when they throw the blue shell and Toad's like, no, don't throw that. It always targets the leading player, and it blows them up. I'm very on and off with Robot Chicken sketches, but I love the format, and I think the format leads to you will like at least one of these. South Park is way more consistently good. And again, I have a lot of respect for a lot of the older episodes of South Park. The only reason why I would lose any respect for it is just because I don't like the newer seasons as much. So yeah, South Park for sure.
Okay.
Jordan.
I mean, it's clear what I'm voting for, but I just want to say, I have seen a lot of South Park. I do enjoy a lot of South Park. I know there's like Rick and Morty, it is very easy to rag on South Park for being juvenile or being, kind of really offensive in body, but I think it actually gets a lot done, and there are a lot of great episodes of it that I will go to bat for any day of the week. That being said, Robot Chicken is the show that I put up. Robot Chicken is the show that I have the most fondness for, and it is ultimately the one that I am voting for.
All right, Vinny.
So, this one's a bit of a toughie for me because both shows I think are good in what they set out to accomplish, and both are also can be very uncomfortable In my case, I have more exposure to Robot Chicken than I do South Park. And for all the bad that I experienced as a kid, because much like Christian, I watched this at, again, like a young age, and the show did make me uncomfortable at times. There are, like, as I got older, again, I appreciate the show a lot more, and I'm no longer, like, uncomfortable with it. And there are a lot of skits in it that I find really freaking hilarious. A lot of the DC and Star Wars skits I feel are like their best work, in my humble opinion. An oldie but a goodie is Mario, Grand Theft Auto, and Yoshi going to Raccoon City. That I think is also really
Great,
fun.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna go with Robot Chicken on this.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Mick.
Yeah, so it's not tied up. So let me put on my cards on the table. If I were to, I would 100%. Like if you ask me, like I would rather watch Robot Chicken. But I have so much respect for South Park. Because of the fact that they will literally do whatever they want and don't give a shit about anyone's sensibilities is something that I have quite a bit of respect for. But I think at the
1 week to air, the documentary 1 week to air is one of my favorite documentaries.
For me, it's a I'm having trouble deciding between the show I'd rather watch or the show I have more respect for.
If I can make one argument,
yeah,
I like Robot Chicken a lot. I feel like Robot Chicken is designed in such a way, it's kind of like SNL in the sense that like it's an SNL animated series, and to that extent, we talk about our favorite Robot Chicken clips. But sitting down and watching an actual episode of Robot Chicken is a very mixed bag because Robot Chicken has a lot of sketches that aren't good. So you end up kind of looking up your favorite sketches. Because like I tried sitting down and watching Robot Chickens, and it's tough to find a good collection of sketches in one 11-minute segment.
But I feel like you can also apply that argument to South Park because you never know what you're going to get with each episode.
No, because that means that the quality of a Robot Chicken episode is mixed throughout it all, whereas there could be a bad episode of South Park, but a good episode of South Park is good all the way through. And I feel like there are just way better good episodes of South Park. There's no like, oh, dude, I can't wait to watch this episode of Robot Chicken. You want to watch this sketch, and you're going to watch that sketch online.
I wouldn't completely agree, but... You know,
I'm gonna watch South Park
there's
online.
episodes that I know are better than ever.
Or I mean on YouTube. But like,
I did
whatever.
pirate
It's all
South Park
it's all I have. I like South Park a
Okay.
lot.
Anyone else have any competing arguments or?
The South Park N64 game is a piece of trash.
It's Second Truth is actually really good.
But the Robot Chicken game, though, that was pop.
All right, let me just open up to the floor. If you had a choice between a show you respect more or a show you'd enjoy watching more, which would you choose?
Enjoy watching more.
Enjoy watching.
I enjoy watching more.
All right, in which case I'm voting for Robot Chicken.
Hell yeah.
All right.
South Park is going to die losers round one, and I'm so upset.
It's not.
Oh,
It's not.
No, it's not.
All right.
Taylor, I can tell you right now, it is not.
But let's not be too
It would,
mean
it
to
would
its
die
opponent.
losers round two, if anything.
Let's not be too mean to its opponent.
Okay. Round 5 is must be a Family Guy. It's Family Guy. Taylor selection versus Xavier, Renegade Angel, voted in by Vinny.
Wait,
Holy
what?
crap,
No,
Lois.
wait,
Lois.
what?
Canon.
No, it wasn't.
I think
That-
Vinny will be very happy to report that I put it in, actually.
Yeah, that was all Christian. Cite your sources, Mark.
Christian, sorry. Sorry about that.
Though you did cause a ruckus in the room.
No problem, Mark. I'm on
Holy
I'm on
crap,
listening.
Lois, this reminds me of that time I got the names wrong. Who wants to go first?
Holy crap!
Whoever
We're
put
not
a
gonna,
Family
we're
Guy
not
can
gonna
go
get a
first.
flood of hate comments because
Whoever
it's
had
not
Family Guy can go first. Is
Whoever
that what
put
you
a
said?
Family Guy can go first, but I want to be the first person to talk about Xavier.
All right. Okay, if that's canon. All right, here's the deal. You guys are all gonna come in here and shit all over Family Guy, and you know what?
I'm
gonna
not.
fucking do it first because this show, as it stands right now, is a shell of its former self. Any character that isn't voiced by Seth MacFarlane has been completely assassinated to be nothing more than angry, naggy people. Lois, Chris, Meg, they are awful. awful characters. The storytelling in this show is garbage. They do not know how to tell a story in 20 minutes. So they force a completely unrelated 7-minute intro that has nothing to do with anything and is only there to pad the runtime, and that is completely abandoned by the story. Ideas lack creativity. They often don't resolve in any meaningful ways. Almost every episode of this show is an idiocentric Peter screwing everyone he loves over and then delivering a heartfelt apology at the end of the show, because this show wants you to take its serious moments genuinely, and it fails miserably because it wants you to care about such terrible people and like pretends that every episode didn't do this already. It is impossible to take the sincerity of this show being seriously, and yet it's the funniest show on this bracket.
Yeah.
So basically, the Simpsons problem.
Okay, because while the storytelling has always faced some of these problems, there was a time when the humor of this show was so grand that it could beat out anything on this graphic, because the speed and timing of the slapstick nature of this show at its best is something that no other show comes close to. It can be done in a number of ways. Okay, you can see how fast a character can get hurt. Peter also has a falling down the stairs bit.
Family Guy death pose is so.
I don't think Mick will vote for that now.
There's the puke-a-thon where they like take Epicat and they just keep throwing up.
What?
No, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
I love that bit.
Getting hit by something and then falling flat down. But then you have like shit where like Peter does something stupid like, oh, quick to the Peter copter, and destroys Joe's lawn, and then like quick to the hidden Peter, and then destroys Joe's lawn again. How do you afford these things? Or let's destroy Cleveland's bathtub 7 times. Of course.
I gotta stop getting involved in Peter's shenanigans.
And then ultimately, the cutaways in this show have always worked, and they do, even in new Family Guy, you know, even with the writing being the way it is, the cutaways are still really funny. They're like the 3-second bits in Robot Chicken, which I didn't touch on, but like Robot Chicken does these great 3-second bits with like 3 balls put me to death. It's something I want. It's something I want you to do. No, let the little kid do it, ma'am. Cut back. And that's Family Guy's best bits in a nutshell. And I just like there's other great shit, man. Like Peter's idiocy, buying a horse that destroys the home, his twisted logic.
I bought a horse.
Yeah, like Cleveland's panicking. Let's take his clothes off, and then I'll get naked to make him feel less self-conscious. Brian and Stewie are one of the best odd couple pairings in television. How the show used Brian to develop Stewie's character is among the show's best feats. Culminating, I think, the only episode of Family Guy that you actually can take seriously and get a real moment out of, which is Brian and Stewie, which is an episode with no cutaways, no flashbacks, no music, just them trapped in a bank vault, and that's like a genuinely good episode that like I actually take really seriously. I have more, but like
it became the very thing it mocked, which was The Simpsons at the time.
I love the show for all the good it's done over the course of my life. It's something that's also brought me probably more disappointment than anything on this bracket, so it's tough.
Well, yeah.
I'm putting it on here for all that I love instead of all that I don't love. But like, I mean, they do the gag work on the show.
It'd be weird if you put it on here for all that you don't love.
Yeah, Christian put Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon on just to shit all over it.
True. That's true. I forgot about that.
I was gonna say people enjoy hate watching things. So, which boggles my mind personally, but
yeah.
Hey, let's put Velma on here.
No.
Family Guy's like Rick and Morty for me.
Okay, great.
Aside from a couple of moments that I think are really, really funny, like that yikes thing I said earlier, and a couple of other cutaways that that got a rousing laugh out of me when I was younger, I just don't think it's very funny. Oh, Peter. Holy fuck, Lois. Holy fuck.
But Christian, they also have those jokes that you love, like we're gonna do this an uncomfortable amount of times to the point that like we're gonna do it to the point that it's uncomfortably funny, like Peter's knee.
I do think Chowder did that better, admittedly, in my opinion.
They showed the entirety of the Mick Jagger, David Bowie dancing in the street music video.
Yeah, that's one that I did. That's one I didn't appreciate when I was younger, but I appreciate it way more now because that's hilarious.
Yes,
Planky, who is not here, he loves whenever they transition to Conway Twitty.
That's actually the one I think I was thinking of, admittedly.
What did you just say? Those are just words.
They're words that, when put together, have a point.
But look, I'm of the. I share Taylor's opinion for the most part, I don't necessarily agree everybody except characters voiced by Seth MacFarlane suck, personally.
I mean,
one thing,
like
no,
in
'cause
the
one
family,
thing-
in
one
the
thing-
in the
one thing
family.
One thing I found out actually, because I stopped watching Family Guy, I think after like season 9 or so, because I just didn't care for it much.
Yeah, I would say the first 8 seasons are good.
Yeah, well, season 4 is really damn good in my opinion. But what was it? I learned actually through word of mouth that Meg went from the butt of everybody's jokes to being a genuine badass, and like regardless of what your opinion on that, whatever. I personally, as someone who has seen Meg get like the most awful kind of treatment towards her, I think that's really cool for her, personally speaking. Even if it ruins the joke, I think that's just really
No,
good.
if that's true, great. I mean, like that was my problem. Is like eventually it just became like, let's just be terrible to this character with no joke.
It's like if South Park just kept killing Kenny for 26 seasons.
Well, yeah, that's why they eventually tried to permanently kill him off, because they were just tired of doing the joke, and they're like, all right, well, we can just bring him back and just not do the joke.
Yeah. And lo and behold, it was a lot better for it when they stopped.
Well, they still kill him like once every couple seasons.
Yeah, but still, it's not every episode is the thing.
Yeah. But it's still nice.
Also, I will say, let's think of it this way. Would SpongeBob have won the Nicklies if we judged it by every season of SpongeBob? That's something I just want to mention.
It wouldn't have.
So let's keep that in mind for sure.
I mean, look, I know what I'm voting for. I just
Yeah.
I think because we can give Family Guy the same benefit of the doubt that we gave SpongeBob, or at least the same.
I think Renegade Angel just isn't that good.
Okay, hold on a second.
Wait, hang on. We need to talk about Xavier Renegade Angel.
Please don't shit on it before I go back to the ample.
If we're willing to skip it this badly.
We don't want to. I don't want to skip it.
I want to.
Christian doesn't want to skip it.
Yeah. Xavier Renegade Angel is a 3D animated series from 2007 to 2009, created by Vernon Chapman.
No, keep going in that voice.
No, fuck you.
I don't think he could handle it.
Show was spearheaded by Vernon Chapman, who worked on South Park a bunch, and John Lee, who is a creative consultant for Super Jail. If you know what Super Jail is, and you've seen Xavier Renegade Angel, the connection should be forming in your head very strongly. And the studio that animated this 3D animated show is mostly known for making mediocre PS2 games based off of DreamWorks movies, which should also generate a lot of wonderful images. This show follows the adventures of this horrible creature who is a chimera shaman that walks into trashy redneck towns and makes everything worse. It is very much a dark comedy, surrealist, sort of like a faux spiritual kind of show where the entire show is carried not by Xavier Renegade Angel, Xavier himself as a character, but rather what they've written for Xavier to say. Because Xavier himself is a pathetic, horrible protagonist who, again, makes everything worse for everyone involved. But the writing on him, imagine a show where every single line a character says is a Graham joke.
Yeah.
That's Xavier Renegade Angel.
And that's a point in its favor?
Yes, it is.
That sounds amazing.
Christian, if you don't mind,
take over a bit, Mick.
So, I remember. So the first time I saw this show is because my friend Kyle was like, "Mick, you gotta watch the show with me," and he roasts me in, and we start watching the episode. And initially, I did not like the show, but the more after watching the first season and a little bit into the second season, all right, and we actually kind of wound up stopping watching it because I was initially like, I can't take it anymore. But the more I thought about the show, the more I just remembered all the great jokes. The more I was just like, this show is hilarious. I love this. Like, So, like, as Christian said, every line is almost every line is a Graham joke. Like, there is like, probably one of the show's best jokes is this weird monologue he has with a second version of himself.
Yes, yeah. I did not write down the whole thing, but of course I cannot forget.
Yeah.
You snows, you lows.
No. It's like, yeah, he's like, You'd like me to be you, wouldn't me? But it's too late. You snows, you lows. You sleeped, you weeped. You nappa, you get slappa. You slumber, a cucumber. You catch up on some sense. You get out of my heads. You slumber, ham, burger. I don't know. I don't want to talk about nothing else. Listen, this psyche is not big enough for two metaphysical seekers.
I was writing down notes for this show earlier, and then I realized everything I was writing down was just the jokes and quotes from this show, and I don't want to go through like everything that I thought was funny, because there's some shit that like needs to be like listened to be believed. But like, there's the obvious one where the first episode is where a computer virus is infecting the town, and he's like, if the computer virus is infecting people, then I need to get a human virus to infecticide the computer. Mick, come along with me on this journey. Crashes through window.
I need some of that disease you guys invented during the 80s.
Crack?
Crack? No, the other one. Oh, AIDS. That's the spice. He grabs a giant jar of spice, jumps back out of the window yelling "Frutada," which is his catchphrase.
The love of my life is a lady named
Is that really his
Ramblin' On.
catchphrase?
Yeah.
The show has a catchphrase?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it?
The hunter has become the hunter-ed. The chaser has become the chose. Dame Fortuna has had her Franken privileges revoked. It seems the portrait is painted.
I'm gonna commit crimes.
The portrait is painted.
Hang on. There's one thing I need to mention. So there is this character in the show, and it's a computer that Xavier constantly is consulting for help. And he is played by John Flansburgh.
What?
Yes.
What?
Half of They Might Be Giants.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you've seen Flans live.
Also,
he's played...
committed crimes.
I would not say that this is too dissimilar to. They Might Be Giants would probably enjoy this show quite a bit. One of my favorite jokes.
I enjoy a lot of the shows on this bracket.
Oh, for probably one of my favorite jokes of the first episode. Xavier sees something interesting. He's like, "Let me write that down." Pulls out a notepad, puts "write that down" in text. This show. So one of the villains gets thrown into a pit of lava, and he very quickly goes, "I accept Jesus Christ into my heart as my personal savior." Yes, made it. Then dies.
This just sounds like worse Archer.
There is an episode.
Oh God.
Do you want to save the episodes for another? It's going to get at least one more chance. Do you want to?
It's fine. Fair enough. Yeah.
We're getting a little long.
I'm surprised.
I know you're probably doing this to sell it to me, but it's not working.
Mick, I'm surprised. It seems like they don't vibe with us.
I guess not. Yeah.
Listen,
Frutada.
Frutada.
I think that was what killed it for me.
The beer's
when you
worn
told me
off, guys.
There's a catchphrase.
Tiger hunting for Tada.
Are you sure this wasn't like made up?
No, it's real.
No, it's real.
It's
but
so
if you look
real.
at Mark, I wouldn't look it up if I were you.
You can experience it. Give it a try.
Because you made it up?
No, look it up. Don't listen to him. Look it up.
I don't know how many of you will like it, but I can encourage all of you to give it a try. If you like the pilot, then you'll like the rest of the show.
Try. It's just it sounds like way.
I'll give it a try if you all watch Big Mouth.
Yeah.
You know,
trust me.
You don't have to watch
Here's
it.
the other thing.
Yeah.
You have to also. This is the other thing. You have to like dark humor to like this show.
Oh,
like
yeah,
it's
nah,
like
That's fair.
really dark.
This show
like super dark.
This show
Robot
does feel
Chicken
it.
had a sketch that ended with the characters running out with a banner going, "This is the darkest sketch in television history."
No, it's darker. This show is darker than that.
This is a show that feels like it's a late 2000s show. It feels like it should have come out in the early 2000s. And not everything is. When the jokes aren't funny, they're really not funny. But I have a whole list of catchphrases here.
Okay.
You can't do that with most shows.
Okay.
And you can say them when we get back to this show.
Yeah.
But we're not
Alright,
being recorded.
starting the vote now with I switch it up?
Yeah. Every 4 you can switch it up.
Yeah.
Taylor.
For Family Guy, I'm gonna do a Christian. I'm gonna do my vote in a high-pitched voice because I like Family Guy. Family Guy's a good show.
I was imitating Morty when I did that.
You sound like a Rick and Morty character.
That's mean. What did I do to
No,
you?
I didn't mean it as an insult.
Oh, you didn't mean... I thought you meant all the time.
No.
Wow.
You sound like
Why
Matt
would I
that all
say
the
that?
time. I vote for Family Guy
right,
because all
yeah.
of my good memories with Family Guy far outweigh my bad ones. I just have to pretend that it stopped after season 8.
Yeah. All right, Christian.
I may just have some chief beef to queef. I'm voting for Xavier, Renegade Angel.
Oh my god. I want to
No way that was the line in that show.
Right.
No freaking way.
Oh my
There's so many that I'm not even
Alright,
gonna say
Jordan?
because I don't think
I'm
I
so
should.
fatigued by all of the lines that you're saying from this damn show. Even if I didn't have a background with Family Guy, which I do for the record, and I've watched my fair share of the show, and I really enjoy the peak era of it, especially some of the early Fox return stuff. Like there's one season where it's just like banger after banger after banger after banger, and even the B plots are fun. Even if I didn't have that attachment to Family Guy, I'd still vote for whatever was put against Xavier, Renegade Angel, because I do not think it's for me. I think the humor is making me want to slam my head against a wall at full speed, and Family Guy, at the very least, had periods where it didn't want to do that. I mean this with all the love and respect in the world. In fact, I don't mean this with any love or any respect. I'm voting for Family Guy.
Wow, Jesus Christ!
For a show you've never seen, that's harsh.
Who disconnected just now?
Forget the Showlies. We're gonna call this Theraplease for Jordan over here.
All right, Vinny.
Hey, Wallace.
your
This is as
selection?
crazy as that time that Christian made a bunch of catchphrases for Xavier, Renegade Angel.
Vinny, if we weren't already tight, I'd be like livid at that.
I'm a
But-
thought accosted. I'm a conundrums in a band
Thank you,
called
Jordan.
Life.
Thank you.
Oh God. I gotta
Well,
tell my
that's
therapist it's not working.
I'm gonna go with Family Guy.
All right,
Christ.
I'm sorry, Jordan. That fucked me up.
Okay. And I didn't get to hear what you said. I'll have to watch it back in recording and laugh uproariously.
and Mick.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear over the laughter. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've tried to watch Family Guy. I have never once laughed at a Family Guy bit.
Okay.
So I am
You
voting.
laugh at Xavier.
It's a very funny show. If you give it a
Okay.
chance.
I've never laughed
Alright.
at Xavier, Renegade Angel. Just saying.
What?
What?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said I've never laughed at Xavier, Renegade Angel. So I
Have you
guess
watched
these
the
two
show?
are- Exactly.
Anyway, what's next?
I don't think in the entire history of the yearlies, by the way, I don't think in the entire history of the yearlies have this many people turned against an entry that fast. Like it
Oh,
was,
hang
it
on.
was
Just you.
instant.
Just you wait, Mark. Mark,
Oh.
look at me. Look at me. I'm turning. You know, in fact, Mark, I'm turning my camera on. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Camera.
I am your only friend this round. Do you understand? I am the only one on your side. Remember that.
Gotcha. All right.
I mean, it depends on what
Go
it was
ahead.
up against, because like, you know.
So
it's
okay,
not that
all
bad.
right. So round 6, my wild card pick, Big Mouth
Yeah.
versus Bob's Burgers, which is a Jordan pick.
Yes, it is.
So we're pitting the two
Bob's Bur-
friends against each other. Fantastic.
Oh well, we'll live.
Live and learn.
I can
Right.
go either way. If you want me to get the Bob's Burgers pitch over the way, and then we can go into the more divisive of the two.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
do that. All right.
All right, and I'll try
Bob's
and
Burgers, go.
all right, I'll try and be somewhat brief because this is a very something about a bracket with a lot of Adult Swim shows. It's been a very ADD friendly yearly so far. Okay, Bob's Burgers. This show is friggin' great because not only does it give the modern day millennials / Gen Z equivalent of the Simpsons, Family Guy, nuclear family style animated show, and gives it that sort of sweetness that I think that people our age sort of need more of in shows like that. But it is also incredibly funny and clever in ways that Simpsons isn't anymore. Bob's Burgers are great because it's not just you get this multifaceted family. You get like episodes that focus on various various factions of them, both at school or running the burger restaurant or doing various things in the neighborhood or Bob having to contend with the landlord, Mr. Fishoder, or Gale's in town. It's all these different like character plots, but at the same time they go to all of these wild places because you have these wild characters like Tina, who is probably the best character on the show because it is just this most relatable type of like antisocial, incredibly shy teenage girl with a lot of issues. And then you have Jean being like overly hyper at times. You have Kristen Shaw's character, whose name escapes me, and it sucks that I'm forgetting her name because I'm pitching the damn show. Who is
Louise?
like even
Louise?
Yeah, Louise, who is like very hyper and like the chaotic sort of thing that puts in the thing. And then you have the central relationship between Bob and Linda, which is one of my favorite parts of this show, and one of my favorite parts of anything on this bracket, because it is a rare depiction of a married couple who are not just like at each other's throats, or it's not like man is idiot, woman is nag. No, they are genuinely best friends.
Yeah, Jordan, can I piggyback on this one statement?
Yes.
Just because I completely agree with your point, that I think Linda is like an actual really good mother character, and I think that a problem with a lot of these animated shows is that I think a lot of the times they have to have like stupid husbands, so wife has to be this serious person who nags them down off the ledge, and like I feel like it becomes very betrayal in a comedy show where I don't think that a lot of mother characters are written well in this field, and I felt like Linda was this actual character who supported all of the hijinks, and I really respected that.
Yeah,
that's all I wanted.
Absolutely. No, and that's a great point. But yeah, I love this show, and friends of mine have made this observation about Bob's Burgers, is that all 5 of the central characters in the central family have different types and different varying stages of neurodiverse energy. And I love that it shows how different people with autism or neurodiverse things, it shows the different types you can see, and it shows how they interact with each other and other people, and it's very wholesome and affirming for people like me that want coded characters like that in media. It is it's also a very funny show that does a lot of great things with food. There's different food puns every show, because you see the burger of the week that is a wonderful food pun. This is a great show because it has a Thanksgiving episode every year, and they are always the best episodes because there's some shenanigan happening with turkeys. The single best one of those is Turkey in a Can, the one where every morning the turkey keeps landing in the toilet, and Bob has to have these progressively more homoerotic standoffs with the butcher, who thinks Bob is coming onto him. It is such a great arc because Bob is canonically bi, and he's able to say like not only is a thing I'm cool with, but also you're not my type, and it's a very funny episode. But yeah, I love they do Thanksgiving episodes. I love that they have fun with Halloween episodes because it gives the spirit of how great it is being in a neighborhood that celebrates Halloween. You can go to all these houses. I love how positive it is on a lot of facets. I love how silly it can be. I love the musical episodes it can do. There's an episode where there's a mad pooper in the high school, which we all brought up when somebody did that thing in Outback when I was there at Purchase. It is a comfort show of all comfort shows for me, and it makes me feel really happy. And it's also just very well written, and I love the comedy writing energy. A lot of the writers of this show have come on to do other things and other Fox shows. Bob's Burgers is friggin' great. It is a warm hug of a show, and is a breath of fresh air with a lot of the shows on this bracket.
Okay, when this round's over, I would like more information about that story.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Should I go into Big Mouth?
Sure.
All right.
Only if you have a big mouth.
So, here's the thing with Big Mouth with me. Is when this show was announced, and I saw the cast list of who's in this show, I went, holy shit, this is every comedic talent I'm a fan of right now. And throughout the seasons, they get more and more of creative talent that I adore to come in, do guest spots and music appearances, and just, it's a fantastic showcase of how being Nick Kroll and John Mulaney get all your comedic pals to come in and do this show that at its inception, at its core, is, hey, puberty sucks. So what if we did a cartoon that looked at puberty and just made fun of it, did wacky shenanigans with aspects of it, and not just the body stuff and the emotional stuff, but also how life changes when you're in middle school, and how middle school sucks, which everyone can agree it does.
It is.
Yeah, it does.
Suck.
And the issue now, Big Mouth does have this reputation with it, not as toxic as like it's so strange because like we think of like a controversial cartoon, it's like, oh, the fan base is toxic. Oh, how they acted about this was in bad faith and all that. Big Mouth is a show where if you go online and just say Big Mouth is good, you are going to get crucified out there.
Yep.
Because
Absolutely.
the animation community, the just despise Big Mouth because it's this show that, even look at it from a Netflix perspective, God help you, because Netflix never renews their animated shows enough. And here's Big Mouth with its big celebrity cast, and it's kind of weird animation. It's not a greatly appealing show to look at, but it's it has some odd choices and designs.
But I think that's on
And then-
purpose, though. Well, I think it's on purpose that the
absolutely,
animation,
they do
because
that
it's
to further
puberty, and
demonstrate.
puberty is this gross, uncomfortable part of anyone's life. So they're like, how can we reflect that? Let's make characters have abnormally weird lips and mouths, and let's splash a bunch of penises and boobs all over, and let's use them as metaphors, and also sometimes not metaphors. And the child porn is weird, but
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing that a lot of people don't like about the show.
FBI, open up.
Yeah,
Massive
that's the
reboot
weird
there.
thing. Is they're like, no, what we want to show this to demonstrate to kids, and it's okay, but it's also like
yeah,
these
like if you
characters
put this
are
on the health
canonically like
class,
13 years old. Like, yeah, like it's trying to do
It
that
is
health
educational.
class perspective on it. Yeah, and like there's some good episodes. There's one there is an autistic character on the show named
Right on.
Caleb, and they very recently on the show they did do an episode about Caleb and dealing with his hormone monster, but it's really like his inner monsters that like help him deal with situations and change. And it's a good episode. There's also Jesse, who is this complete social burnout, essentially, who throughout the course of the show goes through so much. Her family falls apart. Her father has a girlfriend who then becomes pregnant, and it's
I
just
haven't gotten that
dealing
far.
with that at the seasonal arc. And like there is the show, when the show does human connections and social commentary on what these kids are going through, it's really good. It just gotta kind of go through the first 2 or 3 seasons where they do talk more about the body and stuff like that, where it's like a little bit, maybe shouldn't talk about that, but
well,
once it gets beyond that, it's more about the characters and stuff. I feel it is a stronger program.
I do feel like that beyond that, though, the first 2 seasons are actually probably some of the best from just a narrative structure perspective. I feel like they really lose a lot of the continuity that they were working towards in the first 2 seasons. Like the shame monster in season 2, that was probably the best part.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I feel like the later I got, the kind of harder it was to get into the narrative arcs, because basically what happens is they make it really hard for you to latch on to anything narratively, because they break it all apart. Because in middle school, it's like nothing lasts in middle school, so it's like a relationship is 2 minutes. So the show's like, all right, so any relationship in this show has to be like an episode, which I appreciate. But
And also, admittedly, the last season, not the season just aired, but the season before it, I felt was their worst season because it was very much a recycling of what they always do. So it's a lot of like, oh, it's gross body humor and like fart jokes and bad language. Like it was at a point I was watching going, you're kind of becoming the thing that people online are saying is all that you do. And even I was kind of going like, can we move on, please? And thankfully, they are beginning to do that right as they near their final season, I believe, next year. And so it's like, oh, at least now they're actually doing something. Which
I've only gotten through the first 5. I'm waiting for the last season to air so I can just get through it all in one.
Yeah, and that's probably the best way to do it. Also, the what I think it's the last episode before the season finale. They always do these like off kilter like variety shows. So it's like, oh, here's a Christmas show, and it's like the characters around Christmas. Here's an international show about how kids act with their bodies in different international markets, and those episodes are hit or miss for me. I think if you're invested in the storyline of this season, those episodes do kind of feel like a roadblock. It's kind of like a skip. It's like, I don't know. But the show is better than the reputation it has. Also, again, I can't hate a show where its main cast is just, oh, it's my favorite comedian, John Mulaney. Oh, it's my second favorite comedian, Fred Armisen. Oh, it's my third favorite comedian. It's too many good people in it for me to watch this and go, no, this is a terrible show. Oh, yeah, oh my god. Yeah, Jay. Well, one of the best characters. He has a pretty dysfunctional family, but he's the most optimistic out of them all.
His bisexual arc, really good.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And also,
Fox
we didn't
Pillows.
touch on the hormone monster Morty, who I love doing an impression of, and his fourth wall breaking in this show is so fucking on point. Because when I watched the season, they do this joke called, like, they go, you're picturing it, and we're talking about it. And then in the next episode, he brings that joke back. It's like, you're picturing it, we're talking about it. What are you doing? Oh, it's a callback to the last episode. They're binge watching it. You're binge watching it, right? Oh, I can't wait for you to see the next episode. Jessie explores her genitals. It's a really sex-positive episode.
That's great.
It is. That's it. Like, they are able to really educate, and it's, it's a lot of fun. All right, no idea if that convinced anybody, but
we're gonna find out.
All right. So we'll go the same order we did in the last round. So Taylor.
Yeah.
So Jordan, I watched Bob's Burgers after asking you for recommendations because I had never seen it before, and I was kind of excited about having an excuse to check it out. I watched 3. I watched 2 of the ones you talked about, the Mad Pooper, the Turkey in a Can one, and then I watched the one where Louise gets into the fight with the teacher.
Yeah.
And I like it. I think it's good. I don't know if it's entirely up. Its speed is entirely up to mine in the sense that it's a very subtle kind of humor. The Simpsons does this too, where like sometimes the Simpsons will hit you with slapstick after slapstick, but a lot of the Simpsons humor is kind of laid back in its approach. And Bob's Burgers does that too. And that doesn't mean I don't smile, and it doesn't mean that I don't enjoy it, but it definitely isn't my immediate go-to in my comedy television. So I instead attached myself to the idea that, like, yeah, these characters are, like they're doing things that I think other animated characters aren't doing. Like I said, Linda was actually like a really good mother character. Louise is so fucking tiny. Oh my god, I didn't realize how tiny she was. And they all have these weird Muppety chins, which I also didn't realize. So I had a good time. If someone said, "Do you want to watch Bob's Burgers?" I'd say yes. But I think that my relationship with Big Mouth is something that I had a much stronger first attachment to, and I also don't think anyone else is going to vote for it, so I'm gonna.
All right, Christian.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I've always been a big animation very, very visual centric person. I will like movies or shows purely based on if they have good visuals or not. And this is actually the same reason a lot of people
Yet
don't
you voted
watch
for Xavier, Renegade Angel over Family
It
Guy.
has a great style. You did Xavier Renegade Angel? We're not talking about Xavier Renegade Angel. We're not talking.
It's got an iconic style. You'll recognize it on sight. I'll give
at
it
least
that.
the characters in Xavier Renegade Angel move. Anyway.
Yeah, what?
So
the characters don't move in Big Mouth? The slander.
I'm not talking about Big Mouth. I'm talking about Family Guy. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There's a lot of the same reason why a lot of people won't watch JoJo, actually, is because the animation style kind of turns them off. And
I won't watch JoJo because my ex broke up with me to the characters.
But yeah, Big Mouth's animation just kind of really turns me off. And I've seen a couple of jokes from Big Mouth, and they don't strike my fancy. I'm not gonna go out and say that I think it's a bad show because I haven't seen it. But unfortunately, it has not left the strongest first impression in me. With respect still to the show, because it seems like it's doing a lot of interesting ideas, I'm going to vote for Bob's Burgers because it sounds really wholesome and sweet and fun.
Lauren?
Big Mouth, I would vote for against a surprising amount of the shows on this bracket because I do have a lot of respect for where the humor comes from. I do have a lot of respect for the type of storytelling. People have made the point that there are shows that Netflix has commissioned that are animated better, that only get one season, while Big Mouth gets more.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the greatest example to point out Big Mouth itself, because there's probably worse shows that Netflix have kept going, but it is definitely a telling example. And it says nothing about my opinion of the quality of the show. I like a lot of what I've seen of it. I put Bob's Burgers on this because I really enjoy it, and I really enjoy how it makes me feel, and also the brand of humor that it goes with. With nothing against Big Mouth, I am voting for Bob's Burgers.
Of course. To quote Jordan, of course.
Of course.
Vinny?
So, what was it? I haven't really watched that many episodes of Bob's Burgers before. Again, my exposure to this show is mainly through a friend. And what was it? One thing that does stick in my mind with this show is, God, I forget one of Bob's daughter's names. Oh my God. The older sister. What's her name again?
Tina?
Tina, yes. I remember the one episode where Bob is teaching Tina how to drive, and like she's going, I think at like 10 miles per hour, and Bob is telling her like, Tina, just turn the car, Tina, you're gonna hit the cone and get the car, and whatnot. That just made me. But yeah, I would say just through exposure alone, I would say Bob's Burgers, personally speaking.
Okay. All right, and Mick.
Yeah, so I left during this one to go eat dinner. I only heard the tail end of the conversation. I'm voting for Bob's Burgers because if it has sort of subtle Simpsons style comedy, I feel like that's more my thing.
It does.
You should vote for Bob's Burgers. I don't think you'd like Big Mouth.
Okay, good, cool.
Think you like Big Mouth either. You actually would
cool.
really like
Me and Taylor are on the same page. Great, I love it.
I'll also give this to Bob's Burgers. Both these shows have like music. Bob's Burgers music is better than Big Mouth's.
Yes. Okay, but I will say though that the Big Mouth, that was one thing. The Big Mouth has the ghost of Duke Ellington as a character, and he does write some jazzy stuff.
I mean, look, here's
voiced
the
by
thing.
Jordan Peele.
Yes. I mean, look, here's the thing. If we're going by music, I'd put South Park at 1 and Arcane at the bottom. So that's not the order that I'm gonna have for what I want to win. So it's
just another excuse to shit over the fucking Imagine Dragons again.
Well, I will imagine dragging these nuts across.
Okay, now we're moving on.
Our next round has some pretty fucking killer tracks.
Hells yeah!
God, yes.
All right. So
Robot hell
on
yeah.
to
Oh my
round
God.
7. We have Futurama, which I credit both Mick and Jordan, if that's okay.
Yeah.
No, not allowed.
All right. Versus Castlevania, which is a Vinny pick. Is that correct?
Oh, hells yeah, it is.
Okay, all right. Drinking sure.
Hells yeah, it is.
All right, who wants to go first?
Either
Can I
Benny
go
or Mick,
first?
probably. Yep, Mick then.
All right. So I'll keep it kind of short. So
as I mentioned, like Futurama is more or less the first sort of like adult animation show that I ever watched. I binged it freshman year of college on Netflix, and yeah, I enjoyed it. It's very funny. I actually don't know really what possessed me to watch it in the first place, but I think it was because it's like The Simpsons, but it's also not like The Simpsons is intimidating to watch if you don't have someone to guide you, because it's like, am I just gonna start watching The Simpsons? Like, what am I doing? Whereas, you know, Futurama was always the more sort of, what's the term?
It ended.
Well,
multiple times.
And then it started again.
I know. Whoop.
Hayao Miyazaki of adult animation.
I classify it as the American Dad to Family Guy, as Futurama is The Simpsons.
Does everyone know the premise of the show?
Yes.
This was one of the Adult Swim shows I used to watch when I was younger, so yeah.
Okay. No, Adult Swim. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was.
It was pretty early.
That's how it got brought back.
Everything was on Adult Swim at one point or another.
If it didn't start with Family Guy, it started with Futurama.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Konami.
Yeah, no, because I thought I could, because didn't it debut on Fox?
Everything
It did.
on Fox, and then it moves over to Adult Swim.
Got it. Okay.
And then to Comedy Central, and now to Hulu.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, obviously the premise of the show is
And Freebie.
main character Philip Fry is on New Year's Eve 1999. He is cryogenically frozen by accident and wakes up in the year 2999. And the show kind of it doesn't take a while to get going like The Simpsons does, where The Simpsons still isn't really sure what it's doing. Futurama knows what it's doing straight out the gate, which is definitely a thing in its favor. So as soon as it begins, it knows what it's doing. It's got the comedy rhythm already going. It's got a very strong cast of characters. Between Fry, Leela. Obviously, John DiMaggio as Bender is a
Great casting choice. Just great.
Fight my shiny metal ass.
He kind of steals most of the scenes he's in, which is to say nothing of how great everyone else is doing. It's just he well casted, well written character.
Do a flip.
To a certain degree, I think the show kind of leans in a little bit more into more sort of satirical territory than The Simpsons does. Just to a certain degree, like there's a lot of the jokes they get out about the fact that it's in the future, and so one of my favorite bits that I always bring up when I'm talking about the show. There's like an early episode in like season 1, I think it's season 1, where they make a joke that Fry says the word ask. And everyone's like, what did you just say? And Leela goes, oh, he's probably using an outdated pronunciation. He probably means axe. As in, I must ask you a question.
Yeah.
For the rest of the show, every future season, they no longer say ask anymore. Now everyone says axe.
That's really good.
That's a really cool attention.
I'm not sure I ever picked up on that, actually.
Yeah, once I noticed, I'm like, holy shit, they're really committing to this bit, aren't they?
They certainly do.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if they put that in the show Bible.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
No, I agree with you, Mick. By being in the future, we really have everything at our disposal. Like that, I just feel like it's just a platform to just have more creative ideas. So like, oh hey, let's do an episode where like we advertise underwear in your dreams, or like it's our parallel universe box, or hey, Robot Hell, let's just head over there.
Robot Hell in particular is a very strong standing point for me with this show, because back in the day, Clanky I think is also a pretty big Futurama fan, though I could be wrong. He fucking sent me a Team Fortress 2 source filmmaker video of the characters doing an animation of Robot Hell, and I may have watched it more than any other YouTube video ever made. It's like, I love that song is really, really good, and my only regret is that it's a really early Futurama episode, so the animation is not as good as it probably could have been if it was later.
But then we got the Devil Hands Are Idle Playthings with the Robot Devil, which was 5 seasons in.
Yes. The series
probably my favorite.
finale until it wasn't.
Hang on, Vinny. What do you think has more finales, Futurama or the Star Wars: The Clone Wars?
Oh God.
Ask
Oh,
me big questions.
Well, I will say Futurama has more finales than Clone Wars because the finale for Clone Wars happened by accident because
Yeah, that's true.
we were at risk of being canceled.
Yeah,
So I will definitely say Futurama.
probably still, but it's very funny.
Yeah.
And then, if we're talking memorable catchphrases, good news, everyone,
I
is
love Farnsworth, such a funny character.
I don't want to be on this planet anymore.
Just the jokes, it's far beyond him being old. He's old and getting a bit crazy. And
He's
there's
old
just
enough to piss
random
dust at this
jokes of like
Two
my favorite
shreds,
one-
you say?
My favorite one is the one where it was like he fires a gun at somebody after Leela says don't do that, and Leela just yells at him, Professor, don't you remember what I just told you? And he just goes, no, in the best Billy West read possible. Because again, Billy West is one of the biggest strengths of this show because he's great at so many characters.
I don't like
Something
Zach
I want to
Brannigan,
mention
though.
about Futurama is that Futurama is great, possibly as good as another show we're going to talk about next round, of doing, in addition to doing the funny, silly episodes where fun things happen, the shit gets real episodes and doing
Yes.
really
That's
tug
true.
at the heart episodes. I hated, there's an episode called The Sting that I always used to hate, but it's a very good, like, emotional, tough to watch episode. But they do a million of those. You know, the Seymour episode obviously is a classic. There's a lot of finales they've done that are just very good at the emotional beats. They're good at making things count and making it and doing real serious stuff. In addition to just playing, well, let's get the Star Trek cast back and play with them, or let's do this. Like they have a really good mix, and it doesn't feel like. It doesn't, not like another show on this where it feels like, okay, the fun is going to end sooner or later. Like, it's really well balanced, and that's why I enjoy it so much. It's also really compact and consistent all throughout its run, except for the fact I haven't seen the Hulu stuff, so it probably...
I haven't
okay.
seen the new stuff yet either, and I don't think...
The show should have ended. It's not bad,
It should've.
but it's like, hey, let's tackle all the pop culture stuff that happened in the last 3 years. So let's do a COVID episode. Let's do a fucking binging television episode.
really late on the
Yeah, like,
you
it's
know,
like,
I
we
mean,
need-
look, if
we
fucking
need to
if
catch up is what they're saying, and like I just feel like there's this one terrible episode which is just like this advertising sketch in the background while Leela is like trying to leave Fry for this other man. It's look, it's not terrible, but looking at it, it just makes me feel like we had the perfect finale and we could have ended the show, and they just had to bring it back because.
No, wait, did like the showrunners wanted to come back, or were people like that miffed that they missed it so much?
The Futurama guys always want to do Futurama. Like, they're always down to do it.
It's like Beavis and Butthead.
I think it's... You know, yeah. A
We'll
lot
see
like
what
that,
season 10
honestly.
brings. That's my answer.
One other thing
You know,
is that
it's so funny. As we're recording this, they're doing a table read right now. So
Okay.
Yeah, for season 2. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the other thing I would mention is that the show has as often been joked the most overeducated cartoon writers in history.
Yes.
The writing staff holds 3 PhDs, 7 master's degrees, and more than 50 years cumulative at Harvard University.
Holy shit.
And it shows
And you
with their
can,
lore.
yeah, you can tell. Like, they got an entire actual scientific research paper out of a brain switching episode, trying to figure out exactly how many people they need to switch minds with in order to get it back to the original. And also, the Harlem Globetrotters are apparently like genius scientists in the future.
I love that. The Harlem Globetrotters.
Richard Nixon
Okay.
in a jar.
Yeah. Anyway.
So,
talk about vampires.
yes. So, unlike Arcane, I actually do have some experience with Castlevania, thanks to the likes of James Rolfe, playing Aria of Sorrow, other classic Castlevania games, whatnot, and I can tell you right now, this is one of the best fucking adaptations of a video game I have seen, right next to the Mortal Kombat 1995. And I think the fact that
I need to see the Mortal Kombat 1995 movie now.
Is Castlevania
Okay. Yes. But the cool thing about this, and the fact, and something I wish more video game adaptations would attempt over movies, is that this really benefits from being a TV show. Like, you know, the first 2 seasons are pretty close to home. Like, you know, Dracula's the big bad of the first 2 seasons. You gotta stop him. He has understandable motives. You know, they killed his wife, they marked him as a monster, all that stuff, and he's done. He's fed up with everything.
I miss my wife, Trevor. I miss
Yeah.
her a lot.
He's a man.
You got all the mainstays that you'd expect from a Castlevania show. You got a Belmont, you got Alucard, you even got a cool ass magic user. And the fact that this show adapts an NES game from the 80s, where those games weren't big on story, is absolutely amazing. You know, obviously it does take some other continuity from other games that come before Castlevania 3 and whatnot, but the fact that this show was able to adapt that and still add more and reinvent characters that didn't really get a whole lot of time to really establish themselves and whatnot is frankly amazing. Like, watching this show, and I'm not talking about Nocturne, watching all 4 seasons of this show and just seeing characters that, you know, nobody would have even like given a shit about if there was just if they just had the game that they appeared in to go off of. Just seeing how everybody develops, you know, and like just over the course of the show is just amazing, you know. And the cool thing is about this show is that, you know, you don't really need to watch Nocturne. You don't need to watch it just to see how everything goes. This, I think, has the perfect beginning, middle, and end. Season 3 kind of, you know, spends a bit too much time setting up, but I think season 4 caps off everything really, really well, in my opinion. I know that's a bold claim, but I really just love this show. I love it. I think it had a really good ending, a really good beginning. The characters are, I would say, well defined and whatnot. And again, the fact that it took like what little scraps it could and made something really damn awesome in the process is just incredible. Like, there are so many video game IPs after watching this that I wish got the Castlevania rub. That, like, you know, could be a great animated show if you tried and you understood the assignment front to back.
We're getting them, they're just not animated.
Yeah, that's what also pisses me off, but I don't want to go on that tangent right now.
One thing I think one of the best things that come out of the Castlevania show is a series of image edits that have gone around the internet of people taking screenshots from the show and pairing them with quotes from What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
I respect that. That's fun. Objection.
This fucking guy.
I also saw it, but I'll save my thoughts for the vote.
All right. So, Taylor, you are first. So,
Okay. Well, then here are my thoughts for the vote.
No.
Castlevania is great as an adaptation. The fan service, the depiction of Trevor fucking Belmont, the use of actual Castlevania music, super fun time. This show peaked after season 2.
Okay.
It's great. The first 2 seasons, fantastic time. I'm not going to tell you the rest of the show is bad, but I don't entirely agree with Vinny's point that it all pays off really well. I think that this show spends so much time doing setup and then just doesn't know what to do with all that setup. So they're like, oh, here's one episode that just gets all that setup out of the way so we can do something completely different. And it's a little frustrating, and it kind of drags a little bit in places. I do think that this show writes really real villains where nobody is generically evil. They are, as Vinny said about Dracula, all the villains on this show are very narratively driven. And I think that that's a really impressive feat. That doesn't mean that they're all equal, but it is a good thing. I didn't like Nocturne, by the way. I didn't think it was amazing. But like, yeah, as a piece of media and a Castlevania adaptation, it expels in spades, but it does lose me halfway, and it doesn't mean it fails, but it does play its hand a little too soon. So I think for those reasons, not even touching on the fact that I like Futurama even more than The Simpsons personally. I think Futurama is a great time that also should have probably ended, but that's neither here nor there. I'm voting for Futurama.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, Christian?
Aside from just more Simpsons episodes, Futurama is probably the thing on this bracket that I want to see the most. In fact, I think I want to see it so bad that, like, I'm near the Roche limit of, like, all it's gonna take is, like, one more gag or, like, one episode and I'm gonna be in, you know? I just need one push. I like this and, like, Breaking are, like, the two shows I want to see the most.
Here's the thing, Christian, I feel like this show will click with you so well because it and you have a very similar style of humor, which is really stupid jokes, and then every so often you'll reference things like the Roche limit for a joke,
the thing is,
and it'll be lost to nearly everyone.
The thing is, I have seen again, Futurama used to come on Adult Swim first sometimes, and I have seen a couple episodes, but I forget most of them. And the one that I remember the most is the one where Bender becomes a planet and basically is a god to the people who are living on.
That's a great one.
The best bit about it is him actually meeting guys like, hey, I was a god for a bit as well. Yeah, you were doing great until everyone died.
But yeah, no, Futurama seems so cool. Castlevania might come back for you later. Voting for Futurama.
All right, Jordan?
I'm so mad at myself. I did that whole pitch. We did that whole pitch on Futurama. And we didn't mention Zoidberg.
Oh yeah.
My notes for Castlevania because he didn't mention Zoidberg.
Can I just say that is the comedic height that we forgot to mention Zoidberg.
What happened?
I mean, we also
What's
didn't
wrong
talk
with
about
me?
Hermes
I
or
do
Amy.
plenty of fun things.
Hermes and Amy are characters, but
yeah, Amy as well. Amy's a great character.
Amy is very funny. Her family owns half of Mars.
I love that. Yeah. I
also a funny impressionist thing that we discovered. If you do Zoidberg, but just slow him down significantly, it becomes Droopy Dog.
I mean, it kind of tracks.
You know what? I'm happy. Yeah, no, I'm voting for Futurama because I freaking love Futurama. I'm sorry, with much more love and respect to Castlevania, which is a cool show.
That's fair. Well, just so it doesn't get a clean sweep, I'm gonna vote for Castlevania.
Respect it.
Yeah.
And Mick?
Come back to me.
Well, I do believe we'll come back to you.
One, so.
He's such a pro. He played.
You're the last.
Oh wait, I'm the last person to go.
Yeah, we're back to you.
We're back to you. Sorry, for some reason I kind of look. We got sidetracked a bunch during this pitch and during the voting, and so I didn't. I thought we started with Jordan for some reason. I was like, oh, this is how we're doing it. Okay, weird. But yeah. So what's the score right now? I'm assuming 3-1
Futurama.
3-1.
I like Futurama more. I haven't seen Castlevania. It's been on my watch list forever. I'm going to give it to Castlevania because Castlevania doesn't deserve to go down with one vote. I don't think. I might hate the show when I watch it, but we don't know.
Well, this is going to be the funniest thing in hindsight.
Yeah, don't you know the famous Castlevania quote, you snows, you lows?
Lows, you snapper, you get a slap
When the
you
bell went
slumber,
up.
cucumber.
When Dracula
Don't
says,
make me
"Frittata."
dislike this show. I like Castlevania. Come on.
I can assure you, Jordan, that does not happen in the show.
I know. No, I've seen like a season and a third of it. I like Castlevania.
Okay.
Of Castlevania?
Yeah, I have.
I didn't think you would sit down and watch Castlevania.
Alucard
Sarah insisted.
Okay.
She's got good taste then.
Round 8. BoJack Horseman, which I put down here as a Christian and Taylor pick.
Damn right.
Versus Primal, which is a Mick pick. Who'd like to go first?
This is the only time I want to go first.
Go ahead.
All right, Christian, go ahead.
This is the whole reason I'm here. If BoJack Horseman wasn't here, I wouldn't be here. Like, for real. Like,
your patience is amazing.
I liked Smiling Friends. I liked Xavier, Renegade Angel. What was my number 2? I really like Arcane. BoJack Horseman is one of my favorite shows ever. And you wouldn't know that by watching at least the first couple of episodes. They're not bad, but it is not representative.
Kind of mid.
They're not representative of what BoJack Horseman eventually becomes, which is a show that somehow manages to like balance this sort of like inane Looney Tunes ass silliness with some of the most poignant emotional moments that you will get out of not just any animated show, but any show ever, and especially shows with the main character who's a fucking anthropomorphic horse. It is a show that takes like this sort of it is a dissection of a washed up celebrity, but a type of character trope that you would not usually feel the most amount of sympathy for. But you go through the show, and despite all of the awful things that BoJack ends up doing, you understand more and more of his character. There are so many episodes where he'll have these like moments where he just tries to like himself and monologues and soliloquies about his relationships with other people. You grow to know more about BoJack than like most characters in any show, like ever. Most even amplified by a lot of the traumatic history we learn about not just BoJack, but even a lot of the other characters as well. The side characters in the show are all fantastic to be around, not just for their relationships with how BoJack ends up basically fucking them over, but also, you know, just entertaining in general. Todd, I'm sure is Jordan is I'm sure is your favorite character. Diane is a really great straight woman for the sort of like comedy the show tries to go for. Mr. Peanut Butter is just, you know, again, him and Todd just sort of like really amp up the silliness of the show.
We talked about odd couples earlier. These two fucking coming in and pitching their PB living ideas to the fucking their business partner who wants nothing to do with them. He's like, no, please, no.
Every single comedic moment that tracks in this show is directly responsible by Todd and Mr. Peanut Butter, usually
and that's
together.
why I love them both.
But at the end of the day, for me, BoJack steals the show because, I mean, look, as you know, Christian is humorless and likes to cry, so it's like, you know, there's a lot of particular episodes about this show that really stick with me, even the ones that aren't very funny. There's this one episode, Underwater, that has no dialogue, and I think it's just really sweet, and is an episode that takes a show that is not really known for its animation and really goes wild with it. Near the end of every season, there is an episode that fucks with your mind in such a way that you will be speechless by the time that it is over. Usually BoJack going on some horrible drug bender, and each one is handled in a distinctly unique way. There is this thing that BoJack does where they are allowed one fuck per episode, per season. They're allowed to say fuck one time per season, and it is always used when BoJack irreparably ruins a relationship with another character. And I could just go on and on and on. There's this episode that I won't go into the specifics, but it's called Free Churros, and I think I've watched that episode. I think I've watched that episode over 15 to 20 times.
Will Arnett deserves an Emmy for that one.
The penultimate episode is one of what do you even say, right? What do you even fucking say?
Yeah. Can I touch on some of my favorite BoJack jokes?
But take it from here, honestly. I got everything out.
Just because Mick was talking earlier about how much he appreciated them turning Ask into Axe canonically throughout the entire series. I don't know.
Holy woo!
Yeah, Mick. In the first season, BoJack steals the D from the Hollywood sign to impress a girl, and they forever call Hollywood Holly Woo for the entire series. And then Todd's whole thing is that he just fucking gets into hijinks, and I don't mean that in like a metaphorical way. I mean like the character, like they canonically call it hijinks. It's like, oh, what wacky thing is Todd gonna get in today? Oh, clown dentistry? Okay, sure, let's roll with it.
Clowns.
There's one season where again, I won't go into specifics, but there's one season where Todd and I think Mr. Peanut Butter set up a bunch of jokes, and they don't really go anywhere, but in the last episode of the season, everything converges together.
They buy a bunch of spaghetti strainers. They're like, God, I really wish we remember what we bought these spaghetti strainers for.
They fucking set up a store called Halloween in January, but they forgot to install the floor and they abandoned the store. But everyone sees the banners. Oh, Halloween in January? Great! They walk in and fall through the floor.
There's the one moment where Todd and his when he's visiting his partner's parents' place, they do like a fucking Looney Tunes
love
physical
that one.
comedy with the Hall of the Mountain King playing in the background.
Yeah, because Todd is asexual and his girlfriend is asexual, but their parents are like wildly sexual.
Also, I kind of love, like, it's so downplayed, but I kind of like the anthropomorphic animal, like, vibe, because they don't acknowledge, like, it mostly, except for the fact that the birds can fly and the fish have to have
but
water.
when they do, there's this mouse character in season 3, and like, oh god, was I okay on the date? Because, you know, when you give me a cookie...
I forgot about
Could you, with a mouse?
With a mouse?
Yeah.
One of my favorite bits, JD Salinger. Oh, JD Salinger's not dead. He's just reclusive. And so you find him,
Played
and he's
by
in a
Alan
bike
Arkin.
shop, and like they bring him into the fold. It's like, I want to do a game show about celebrities. You know, what do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out.
find
And
out.
they call the show Hollywood Stars and Celebrities. What do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out.
And it becomes a recurring bit of Mr. Peanut Butter trying to get BoJack in on this show because, and listen, the one meme that everybody knows from this show is, what is this, a crossover episode?
Yes.
I've said it, you've said it, but I love that is Mr. Peanut Butter's goal throughout his entire career, is he really wants to work with BoJack, the one guy no one in Hollywood wants to work with except for Peanut Butter. So he gets this job of doing this sticky game show, and that's the moment BoJack's like, fine, I'll do the show, and he's so happy.
And it's the best episode, in my opinion.
Because this show understands the concept of a joke. It doesn't need to do loud noise. It doesn't need excessive violence or cursing. That's all there. But on top of that, they understand the build and construction of just an idea and turning that idea into a joke and still finding a way to break your spirits in the same episode, empathizing and like all the stuff Christian said about BoJack and his past and getting to know him, Free Churro, and the finales of all these episodes.
Yeah,
this show is fucking brilliant, dude.
It's literally a show for everyone. The fact that me and Taylor can agree so hard on this is
oh
like,
my god, yes.
It really is.
Showing this to Jordan is one of the greatest experiences I ever had.
Yeah,
dude, I was so happy when I heard that you got him to watch the show, because I got in the show. Like, it's like I looked into my watch history. I got Netflix in October of 2016. The next day we got Netflix, I started watching BoJack Horseman because I heard about the show. I heard about how good it is. And yeah, it's a fantastic show. My favorite episode, just quickly, is from season 2, Escape from LA, where BoJack,
But let's not even go into depth of what
that one.
So it's so good. It breaks your heart. It's such damn episode.
Yeah, season 4 is the best season, by the way.
Yeah, it's been like honestly an hour going through every great BoJack episode. But
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
I suppose it's time.
Okay, we're 8 minutes in. Let's get to Primal, Mick.
All right,
Jen B, welcome back.
Man, this show drew a really raw.
It's this year's Invader Sim.
And he's back, baby.
Yeah. So. But I will do my best to pitch it, and maybe it won't die in losers. Fingers crossed. So Primal is Primal is a show. Full title is Genndy Tartakovsky's.
You said Genndy Tartakovsky's Primal?
Yeah.
All right, great job. You did it.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? Did I pronounce the name right?
You've given a great pitch. You did.
Stop, please, let me continue!
No, not stopping you. I'm not stopping you.
Okay. Yeah. Primal is a series following a Neanderthal named Spear and a T-Rex named Fang, who team up to hunt together after both their families are tragically killed by a pack of Gigantosauruses. so the setting of the show is like really heavily inspired by like early 20th century like Pulp Fiction, particularly people like Edgar Rice Burroughs. So if you've read like Pellucidar or Tarzan, so like the world is inhabited by like these prehistoric animals. So it's like you get dinosaurs, you got Ice Age fauna, you got all these proto hominids rubbing shoulders alongside Vikings and ancient Egyptians, and this sort of very hard scrabble world that is throws any attempt of scientific accuracy out the window. We just have total old school fiction dinosaurs and cavemen and all these creatures. There's like monkey witches and like giant demon vampire bats. The show has this like really sort of like science fantasy edge where there's like all this like dark magic, but all these weird creatures like zombie sauropods are in an episode. This show's got an insane imagination. Now, you want to know what Christian, you mentioned earlier about that being one episode of BoJack Horseman where there's no dialogue.
They do that here too.
Primal doesn't have any dialogue.
Oh, man.
Because the main character is Neanderthal and the other is a T-Rex, neither of them fucking speak. They just roar and shout at each other.
Like I said earlier, Mick, this pitch is coming along quite swimmingly.
For the first 9 episodes, the show's only dialogue is "Ah!"
Yeah, Inside Out
Now-
Mick plays.
Yeah.
Your animal aggression again.
Yeah. Now, in the 10th episode, Spear and Fang encounter a actual Homo sapiens sapiens, a modern human. Not like modern day, but as in like genetically a modern human, who is a runaway slave. She does speak. Her name is Mira. She does speak. But she's not speaking English, and there are no subtitles.
Yes!
She communicates through gestures, drawing pictures, and she does speak, but it's clear that you're not meant to. Season 2 introduces more characters. For example, a tribe of Vikings led by a. I think I'm gonna mess up how I've only ever read his name. I've never heard it out loud. Fred Tatasciore.
You got it.
He's a
Cool.
Tatasciore.
Awesome.
Not old
Anyway,
shore.
yeah, he just speaks Old Norse. He doesn't speak English. No one speaks in this fucking entire show, apart from one episode, which I'll get to in a bit. But yeah, the show is just, and it's a amazing adventure show. It's metal as fuck. Like there's an episode in which Spear punches a character's face off. They hunt Spear and Fang hunt a mammoth. They kill the mammoth and then they butcher its body. They use its bones to make a sled to carry all the meat.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, the show is just insane and over the top, and it knows it's always on max cylinders. What would be the coolest thing to do? But at the same time, the show has an amazing handle on storytelling because, again, no dialogue. But it still manages to tell a coherent story, and it knows when to use quiet moments to the best. There are some genuinely beautiful moments in the show where there's just no talking, they're just admiring all the weird prehistoric vistas they're coming across.
I have a question.
And,
sorry.
yeah? No, you can ask.
What do you think? What do you personally prefer? Which of these two things do you think does silent visuals the best? This or the first half of WALL-E? And say how close it is between them.
So that's the thing. They're doing very different things with that silence. Obviously, Primal is way more. It's way more adventure focused. That it's about a Neanderthal and a T-Rex hunting for survival and trying to, despite you'd think, a Neanderthal hunter at the top of his game and a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they're probably the top of the food chain. No, not at all. They are way scarier creatures. Like a dinosaur who you never see. It's fucking invisible.
Oh my god, Invincible!
the fight scenes are shown from its perspective, and so you barely see the creature, but like there's a lot of sort of horror edge to it, like a lot of it, like it does have those sort of beautiful moments, but those are often punctuated with just these very tense moments of them hunting, or just like running from shit. Because that's the thing, it is, though it knows how to use silence, it is quite often not silent, and it's people screaming at each other, or not people, creatures screaming at each other. The show does it like I mentioned. There's like weird, like crazy, like demon creatures and whatnot. Because like the show is very fantastical. Like there's a whole episode where they're fighting fucking hobbit witches, and like they have like weird pregnancy magic where they like turn creatures back into like themselves as a baby, and like it's wild shit like that. I could go on further, but I feel like you get the pitch. Although hang on, there is one last thing I'd like to mention. The first 2 seasons are about Spear and Fang, apart from one episode in the second season that's meant to be sort of I can't remember the term, but where you're doing a sort of like a pilot for a different show in the middle of another show.
Backdoor pilot.
Yeah, backdoor pilot. They did a backdoor pilot for season 3, which is going forward. The show's going to be sort of an anthology series where they're just kind of going to do their own sort of creative ideas. There's not going to be like a storyline. So like that's the one episode that breaks it. It's about like Charles Darwin and shit being attacked by monkeys. I don't want to go into it, but like, what? I'm not going to go into it. But that was a terrible summation of that one episode. But point being, going forward, it's going to be like an anthology show where they just kind of go with whatever crazy ideas they want to. But anyway, yeah. So, I'll cut it because we're obviously going long on time. Obviously, BoJack, like Primal is my favorite show on this thing. It's the one I'm going to go back for the most. Unfortunately, it's going up against BoJack Horseman, which is also some other people's favorite show, and that they're going to go back for the most. So, yeah. And if it loses, it has to go up against Castlevania. So.
Oh no, Mick, you have a pretty good pitch.
Thank you.
I'm gonna start with Taylor.
So, Mick, what you described to me must have happened after the first 4 episodes of Primal, because I didn't realize that it was beyond the prehistoric era. I didn't realize that we got to meet other regular characters. My whole thing was, the reason I didn't stop necessarily because I disliked it. I just I noticed that it was kind of like, as you described, kind of like a Hunt of the Week type show, and I thought that there was going to be a little more continuity throughout it all, and I was really excited for that because like the first episode, Fang's Fang and Spear team up to fight this evil dinosaur, and I thought that the evil dinosaur was going to be like a recurring threat for the whole season, and then they just take care of it in the first episode, and that kind of, I lost my ability to kind of forge a connection throughout its consistent episodes. I thought it was all good. I just didn't have as much of an attachment as I was hoping for. But it is cool to hear about how crazy and nutty it gets. So I do still respect it. I mean, I respect any show that can fucking do a show with no dialogue. Although I like dialogue personally. I think dialogue is fun. But BoJack fucking took me from a place of thinking that I was never gonna get it to fucking being enamored with it, towards making me miserable and then making me happy and then making me miserable and then making me happy and so on and so forth. And I hope Christian still votes for it.
Okay.
I feel if Christian doesn't,
Christian,
you're being nuts.
I gotta say, out of all the shows that I did not know anything about before this bracket, this is I would probably vote for Primal over Xavier Renegade Angel. Because holy shit, you could have probably just made your pitch, it's a Gendy action show with no dialogue, and I would have already sold. Take my money.
Yeah, that's real. I didn't even talk about the animation. Oh yeah, by the way, it's Gendy Tarkovsky animating a show.
Yeah, like I love, like if I have a barometer for this, I loved season 5 Samurai Jack, and you know what? Fuck it, it sounds amazing. Yeah, it's incredibly unfortunate that it's going up against BoJack Horseman, because it is one of my favorite shows fucking ever. But know, Mick, that I will come back for this.
All right.
Yo, season 5 of Samurai Jack gets overhated, so
I agree.
it's like
Yeah.
it was good. I enjoyed it.
I almost
Alright.
died watching.
It's a good show. So, yeah, works out. Yeah. So I look. The problem, not problem, but like watching BoJack, I enjoyed a great deal of it. I am glad that I saw that show. It's something I was saying in the Futurama is that they have really mastered the balance between sad episodes and really out and out funny episodes, and I think that BoJack was better at the sadder episodes, and I prefer the funnier episodes. And so that was why I had a sort of contentious relationship with it, because it would just, it's like, well, it's going to be hell for me to watch because he's going to go through hell and he's going to deserve it, and you know that's the whole point of the show. With that being said, I'm still voting for BoJack, but I just, it kept me from completely being head over heels in love with it. Some of that, but that's very much me and my tastes. But I still enjoyed a hell of a lot of it, so it gets my vote.
And Vinny.
Well, I'll go with BoJack.
And Mick.
I'm voting for Primal. Which, I mean, this is kind of what I expected to happen.
Sorry, Mick.
But you know what, Mick? I will watch Primal because of your pitch, because that show sounds metal as fuck.
Yeah, it is.
It does. Holy shit.
All right.
Alright, now
Hurt me.
Yes.
So, Rick and Morty versus Invincible. Voting order has changed. Christian. go.
Main character's name is Omni-Man, right?
Well, no, the main character's name is Mark. Omni-Man is his dad.
Okay.
villain,
Oh yeah, I will refer to Omni-Man in that
I'm the
case.
main
He's-
character, Christian.
He's voiced by J.K.
Molly
Simmons,
Simmons.
right?
Yeah, he's supposed to be
Yes.
Simpsons.
I'm voting
He
for
is, yeah.
Invincible.
All right,
Right, I
Jordan.
respect it because you're voting for J.K. Simmons.
I will never not vote for J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, it's your whole thing.
He throws a chair at someone and it decapitates him.
Yeah. So again, the thing about the Invincible Arcane round is that it was the only matchup between two shows I hadn't seen on this bracket. I've seen Rick and Morty. I've seen several episodes of Rick and Morty, and I've seen several very good episodes of Rick and Morty. And again, like South Park, you can go on about, it does these crass things, or these fans do this, or it means this, and much more realistically, Justin Roiland, and yada yada. But there are still great episodes of it. There are still great concepts in it. There's still great creativity in it. Well, I'm voting for Rick and Morty because I've seen more of it and because I like more of it. But I'd probably really dig Invincible.
All right, and Vinny?
I'm gonna go with Invincible.
Right, Nick?
Invincible.
Taylor.
Who could have guessed that a Rick and Morty entry would go down in Losers Round 1? Oh, wait, it was me.
Should have done that to the beat of Get Swifty in here.
Get Swifty's kind of a mid-song. Oh, who
I
said that? Who the
agree.
fuck said that?
agree.
Who the fuck said that?
I'm glad we could be in agreement there.
All right, next up, Smiling Friends versus South Park.
Well, it's okay,
Same
Taylor. Now it's
voting
my
order.
turn.
Christian?
I'm gonna do the same thing that I did with the. Begrudgingly and painfully, I'm going to do the same thing that I did with The Simpsons earlier. I'm voting for Smiling Friends, but if it looks like South Park's going to lose, I'm going to change it to South Park.
All right, Jordan?
I'm voting for South Park.
Vinny?
Screw you, smiling friends. I'm going with South Park.
Fuck you, Kyle.
Nick?
Am I the last person?
Nick? No, you're the
No.
second last person.
Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna give the Smiling Friends.
Taylor?
South Park all the way, baby.
Thanks for going down with me, Mick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I wanted to vote for South Park, and I'm like, Smiling Friends didn't. I don't think Smiling Friends is awful.
You know, Mick, I'm just glad you respect South Park. I didn't realize. I think I keep forgetting that, like, you don't hate South Park, and I keep thinking you do.
I find that's the thing.
there's a lot of South Park jokes that like I cannot stomach. Like I would throw up if I watched the show. But I can't remember the names of the guys that created the show.
Matt and Trey Parker.
And
Matt
yeah.
Stone and Trey Parker.
I have nothing but respect for them absolutely not giving a fuck and it being willing to slaughter any and all sacred cows. Like that is something I respect, even if I'm not necessarily the biggest like fan of what they do with that. But I have like that takes some balls, regardless of when you're making a show, and so
Massive, yeah.
yeah.
Fair.
I
Yeah,
mean, they helped take down Scientology essentially. So-
In some ways, I feel like South
I
Park
mean,
is
it's
one
still
of the few
kind of
that
up,
can
so
get
they
away
only
with
did so much, but
Speaking of shows, literally killing any and all sacred cows, but then also
So,
Xavier.
Right.
Xavier, Renegade Angel versus Big Mouth.
Which of these
Christian.
shows looks stupider?
Christian, I don't think we could have drawn a better hand, and yet I still think we're losing.
Yeah, we pitched this as best as we could. Like, there was nothing else we could have done.
Same with me.
There was nothing else we could have done.
I like that you're both taking ownership for the pitch. You're both having each other's backs, and I really respect that.
Yeah, because we both like the show.
We don't like the show. No, we've accidentally woken up in a Native American burial ground. Therefore, I must wake up a cowboy burial ground to fight them.
Oh my
Whose
god.
vote? Mark?
Okay, that's actually a good joke.
It's my vote, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Any frittata fans in the chat, say your please comment. I'm a
You had
frittata
him and you
head.
lost him.
Please comment. That's the spice.
That's the
Voted for Xavier Renegade Angel.
Right, Jordan?
Taylor, are you sensing a theme this round? Because I'm voting for Big Mouth.
Vinny?
Whichever one has frittata.
Big
Oh,
Mouth.
I hate you.
boo.
Vinny, did you just
hate-
say during that round that it sounded awful?
Vinny, why are you voting for Xavier over Big Mouth? Explain it to me.
Frittata.
I haven't seen either one. Angels are cooler than having big mouths.
Is Xavier an angel?
What?
he is a self-described guardian angel.
That's good enough for me.
There's this one
Well,
episode
you
where
see in
Xavier.
Big Mouth, there's a hormone monster who's kind of like a guardian angel to the children, except he's big and crass.
There's this
I
one
will say,
episode.
Vinny,
You don't
Mouth
need
is
to keep
more-
selling it to me. I'm already going with
Vinny, Big Mouth's humor is more in line with Family Guy.
There's this one Xavier Renegade Angel episode where he gets beat up every 3 minutes, and every time he gets his ass beat, it frames it like a McDonald's commercial with fries in the foreground, and it's like, make sure while Xavier's getting his ass beat, you chow down on some wonderful fries.
All right,
That's pretty
Mick.
good, I already-
I feel like
Of Xavier Renegade Angel. Let's go.
Damn it.
I feel like right there, just a few moments ago, I feel like I was like
Taylor?
the only person that like was willing to buy something from one vendor, but two vendors were right there, and like they were so desperate to sell me something right
No,
there.
Vinny, you listened saying it sounded horrible during his round.
Oh man.
And Taylor?
If I don't vote, Xavier can't win.
We've already.
I know.
Okay,
I vote for
sans
Big Mouth.
Undertale.
Pretty sure it's done here.
By the way, Christian, I have to say, I looked up the bit again. There's a bit we forgot about the AIDS bit, and that was him saying, "Sir, but you're gonna have to fill out this form for it." It's
I
like
don't have time for
time,
that.
and he's like, "Well, I found this in the lost and found." And he pulls up a big giant jar that says AIDS.
God. It does.
Anyway.
It does embody the energy of something like the Gmod idiot box.
Right. Next up, Castlevania versus Primal. Christian.
I said I would come back for Primal, and I'm coming back for Primal.
Yeah, I feel like this one's a bit of a foregone conclusion.
Right, Jordan.
I inferred without saying it that I'd come back for Castlevania, and so I'm coming back for Castlevania.
Oh, comeback round. Vinny.
Castlevania.
Yes.
Mick.
Primal.
Yeah, no, I saw that one coming.
No, we don't know how Taylor's going.
Taylor.
I wasn't supposed to have the power for this round. I really wasn't.
Have the power.
Got the touch.
Castlevania is
And
more my
name from the
speed. I'm
brain.
sorry.
Oh, never mind. I was proven
Oh,
wrong.
Okay.
All right, so back up to winners round here. My Adventure with Superman and versus Arcane. I'm gonna start with Jordan.
I think that of the two shows, I think that my interest in Adventures with Superman would be more natural. Yes, yeah. Anyway, for Adventures with Superman.
And I was going to Vinny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Perfect.
Look, I like Superman and all, but man, I don't know. Arcane doesn't really have any episodes that piss me off. I'm gonna go with Arcane.
All right, Mick.
Come back to me.
All right, Taylor.
It's Arcane.
Christian.
Imagine me voting for Arcane, which is what I'm doing.
And back
Well.
to Mick.
In which case, I'll give to Superman.
All right.
Graham,
All right.
for your
Next here we got The Simpsons versus Robot Chicken. Starting with Jordan.
Oh God.
Oh, this one's gonna
Oh,
suck.
God.
Sorry, Jordan.
Well, like, I mean, The Simpsons is the better show, so I'm voting for that.
Vinny.
I'm gonna go with Robot Chicken.
He's insane.
Okay.
I like Robot Chicken.
Not
Sorry.
just- not
No,
just like-
it's a respectable choice.
Yeah, not to slight Robot Chicken. I'm just surprised at the Simpsons pedigree.
It's a respectable choice, but foolish all the same.
Christian, you're the ones who vote. Christian, you voted for Smiling Friends over The Simpsons, all right? You have no room to speak.
Well, that's because I didn't
Damn.
want it to get a 5.
That's okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Because that's right. You also did the thing where you're like, okay, but if it's gonna lose, I'm just switching my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Mick.
I'm voting for The Simpsons.
All right, Taylor.
I don't have the same nostalgia for The Simpsons as everyone else here does. I respect the universe of The Simpsons, love immersing myself in the games. There are episodes I enjoy. I did grow up with Robot Chicken, and there's so much about Robot Chicken's ability to really reference everything. And I know that like we think that all shows are always referencing all pop culture, but like Robot Chicken has a Calvin and Hobbes sketch, which
I love that one.
it just doesn't happen as often as it should. I go back to Robot Chicken sketches more. I like The Simpsons, I really do, but I think I like Robot Chicken more.
Okay.
And Christian.
I was actually kind of hoping the Simpsons would go up against South Park so I could say, Simpsons did it! Simpsons did it! I didn't even get to mention the DVDs I got for The Simpsons back when I was way younger, of like season 2 or 3. Again, whichever one had Itchy and Scratchy and Marge was a big one for me.
Season
2.
Also, real quick,
Yeah.
real quick, Christian, if you think about it, if The Simpsons loses, it could go up against South Park in the losers round.
But if The Simpsons loses, it goes up against Xavier, Renegade Angel, and like, I mean, either of these will probably call it a 5.
Yeah, it goes up against South Park because it's in the second bracket.
In fact, I can actually. I just realized my prediction. I can fill in some blanks because now I was like, I don't know, Robot Chicken versus Venture Brothers. I'm not sure which one will take it.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is just gonna determine who murders Xavier, Renegade Angel, and I like The Simpsons way more, so I'm voting for The Simpsons.
Damn.
Okay.
It's okay, the chicken will come back. As a robot.
It's true, it's in the intro.
Okay, it's really a battle of the families here. We got Family Guy versus Family Bob's Burgers. Jordan's up
Don't hurt
first.
yourself.
They both have John. They both have John Benjamin, so this is tricky. I'm gonna go with. It sucks because like I love both of these. I think I am ultimately gonna go with Bob's Burgers. I think just because I think it's more consistent and makes me feel less bad about liking it. But Family Guy is still very good.
Vinny?
If I'm judging these two shows based on wholesomeness, I think Bob's Burgers wins that. But if I'm judging these shows on comedy, I think Family Guy
Yeah.
ekes it out a little bit. But since I'm more of a family man, I'm gonna go with Bob's Burgers.
Oh, that's not how I thought that joke was going to go at all. Okay.
Oh, there you go. See, I'm full of surprises
Hey,
here.
Mick.
Much to Taylor's dismay.
I'm
right
voting
now.
for Bob's Burgers.
Wow. How did
Taylor?
that happen?
It's fine. I mean, I spent my round shitting all over Family Guy, so I'm not really allowed to be upset.
He's right. He's
No,
so
you
right for
part
that.
of it. And part of it. Not all of it. Part of it.
He's
I'll
so
still
right.
vote for it because I prefer humor to wholesome. I guess, but
Yeah.
I mean, because I can find
by the way,
the
this is a
wholesome.
bigger
If I'm
thing.
looking for wholesome television, I'm not looking for it in adult animation. Well, I mean, I'm not looking for it in Family Guy.
All right, Christian.
Holy fuck, Lois. Holy shit. I'm gonna... Taylor, I won't leave you alone. I'm gonna vote for Family Guy under the impression that we're only counting the good seasons, and I know nothing about Bob's Burgers.
Okay, but if this was a tiebreaker, you wouldn't be voting for it.
I don't know. I really like some of the jokes in the early seasons, and again, I know nothing about Bob's Burgers.
Tita, the horse is here.
All right, Futurama versus BoJack Horseman. Jordan.
Futurama. Yeah.
All right, Vinny.
I have more experience with Futurama than I do BoJack, so I'm gonna go with Futurama.
Nick.
Mark, who's next? Oh, me.
Nick.
Okay. All right. Futurama.
Taylor.
Well, BoJack.
Christian.
Did BoJack lose?
Yep.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, this round was kind of the thing that I want to see the most against my favorite thing on the bracket, so it could lose to far worse. Well, I'm over BoJack, obviously.
Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I had that.
Yeah, Futurama's my new favorite show ever.
My Adventures with Superman versus Castlevania. We are beginning with Vinny.
Damn it.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Well, I'm not sure why I'm saying sorry. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I have to pick between vampires and superheroes. That's quite a conundrum. I'm gonna go with vampires on this one. Castlevania.
All right, Mick.
Superman.
Taylor.
I'm gonna come back.
Christian.
Despite my disdain for the NES games, I am interested in Castlevania.
And
But not back.
Jordan.
No, I'm joking. as if that's a slight against the show.
I mean, some people like
Yeah,
Nocturne.
the-
I just don't like Nocturne.
No,
not talking about
the
Nocturne.
show.
I
Wait,
said
but
not
so-
Knock
back.
back, not Nocturne.
Oh.
I was making a joke about
Yeah, it's
Castlevania.
I'm voting for Castlevania because I've seen more of it.
Okay, and was it Taylor? Yeah.
Taylor.
Yeah. This is where I have to. I'm voting for the one that I actually consider adult animation.
Well, it was gonna win anyway, I think. So,
No, it was a 2-2.
was it?
No, it
Oh,
was
wait,
a 3-1.
you voted for Castlevania?
Yeah.
Okay. So I keep forgetting you watched some of it. No, it's still Castlevania, I think. It's close. It is really close.
I keep forgetting you watch Peak. Anyways, Robot Chicken versus Xavier Renegade Angel. Beginning
We
with
had a
Vinny.
good run, Christian.
Fudada!
Fudada!
Vinny,
Uh,
come on, man.
Vinny, come on, man.
Imagine.
You hurt me last
Imagine
round. Now be my friend
I
this round.
know.
the
I know.
clipping potential. The clip potential, Vinny.
Christian, I gotta be honest. I love Xavier Renegade Angel. I'm not sure how much I want it to go any further. I'm gonna vote for it. I'm not sure how much I want Vinny to vote against Robot Chicken though, because I know he likes Robot
Yeah.
Chicken.
The clip.
I know.
the
and I'm
clip
sorry.
potential.
I'm gonna break so many hearts when I say this, but I'm going for Renegade Angel.
What?
Alright.
No, you're not serious. You're not serious.
Yes, I am. I'm serious. Put the vote in.
You put wait, no. You put Robot Chicken on. It's one of your entries, right?
No,
One of my honorable mentions.
Oh, okay.
Oh really? Oh.
Then you know what? Actually, I can see this. I can see this.
My 3 entries were Arcane, Castlevania, and Invincible.
Sorry, Vinny, I always remember you showing me Robot Chicken sketches, so I could have sworn it was one of your entries. All right, fair enough.
Honorable mentions, yeah.
Got it, fair enough. All right.
Frittata!
My God, this show is on the Internet Archive. Anyways,
YouTube.
it's preserved for future generations.
Right.
My God. Mick,
I'm voting for Xavier, Renegade Angel.
Jordan is against burning libraries unless it has Xavier, Renegade Angel in it.
I have never seen someone have more hatred towards something in a yearlies.
No. Yes, we have. We 100%.
You know, you're right. I'm exaggerating.
No. Well, I think what this is, we've never seen someone have so much hate towards something that they have little to no context for.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor?
This just makes me angry.
Well, I'm not gonna make Jordan angrier. Robot Chicken.
Christian?
No,
I'm going to vote for Xavier, Renegade Angel.
of course you are.
Because I put it up here.
And Jordan.
Now I know how you guys feel when Mick.
He's gonna say it.
No, this is my WarioWare
I
DIY.
fucking knew it.
Yeah. I think you
Robot
mean this is
Chicken,
your
I guess
Alan
I'm
Wake,
trying
but
to-
yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's your WarioWare
Oh.
DIY moment.
exactly.
Xavier, Renegade Angel is indicative
Alright.
of WarioWare DIY.
It was somehow.
Alright, it's the city of Quahog versus the city of South Park. It's Family Guy versus South Park. Starting with Vinny.
I'm gonna go with Family Guy.
Mick?
South Park.
Taylor?
Hey, Lois. Remember that time I voted for South Park?
Wow.
Christian?
You're going South Park.
Ooh.
And Jordan.
Oh, it already went 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. All right, Family Guy.
Alright. Okay, BoJack Horseman versus Invincible. Beginning with Vinny.
Like I said, I'm gonna go with Invincible on this one.
Alright, Mick?
I'm also going to Invincible. I'm voting for Invincible.
Blah.
Oh dear.
Hey, Mick has marbles in his mouth. Taylor?
I just hope that Jordan and Christian have my hands as I vote for BoJack.
Christian?
If there was any doubt that I would be with you here, Taylor, then I would be incredibly concerned with how I talked about BoJack earlier. Because yes, this is one of the best things ever. I'm voting for BoJack.
And Jordan.
You really think I would vote against BoJack in this one?
You
Think,
like
man.
superheroes.
Stranger things have happened.
You like superheroes.
Yeah,
I
maybe
don't know.
vote for Xavier, Renegade Angel over Robot Chicken.
I do, but I've also seen. I've
Yeah,
seen
Vinny,
a
shut the
lot
fuck
more
up.
BoJack. I've seen all of BoJack and only some of Invincible, so I'm voting for BoJack.
You haven't seen the Horsing Around Christmas special.
Okay, fair.
He's got you there.
Peter, the
Well, I've
horse
seen
is
all
here.
but one.
Oh.
It's a perfect collection of 59 episodes.
That's right, I bought a BoJack.
By the way, I want to say, I'm quoting the Peter the Horse is here line a lot. I love only the edit where they add in the really scary fucking music in the background when the horse steps in. I put it in VC a while ago, but I love this edit so
You're gonna
much.
watch it after the yearly so it doesn't
Yeah, I'm
blast
gonna listen
the
to it after
recording.
this.
Castlevania versus Xavier. Renegade Angel. We're beginning with Mick.
Xavier, Renegade Angel.
Alright, Taylor?
No, Castlevania.
Christian?
You knows, you lows.
You lows.
I'm over Xavier, Renegade Angel.
Alright, Jordan?
I have self-awareness.
No.
Unless Vinny just
Castlevania.
wants to just ditch not only his credibility, but also
wait.
his self-respect.
What credibility and self-respect do I have?
Oh no, Christian.
Vinny, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Please don't. Vinny. Please.
Oh God.
Vinny, in all honesty, you should definitely vote for the show you either like more or are more interested in watching.
I know, but at the same time, I have the status of Agent of Chaos on my phone.
Yeah, but like, don't do it just to be the Agent of Chaos. You put Castlevania in your top.
I know. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, fellas. I'm gonna go with Castlevania on this one.
That's the spice.
Okay, BoJack Horseman versus South Park. Beginning with Mick.
BoJack Horseman.
Taylor?
Come back to me.
Christian?
I can't believe.
No, it's South Park. It's South Park. I'm sorry, it's South Park. It is South Park.
South Park. Christian?
I can't believe Xavier Renegade Angel made it to Losers Round 3.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Vinny. It is very much appreciated. If you can help me out one more time, that'd be really great. I'm voting for BoJack.
Christian, I gotta say, I just checked my notes, and yet Xavier Renegade Angel got as far as I predicted Venture Brothers was going to.
So it didn't even matter.
It literally didn't change a thing.
Even though Venture Brothers is probably a million times better.
That's what I'm here for, fellas. Make wishes come true.
Anyway, yeah, Vinny, can you help me out one more time? But Jordan goes first, of course.
Yeah, let Jordan go.
Alright, Jordan?
I'm voting for South Park.
Okay, and Vinny.
How do you feel, Vinny?
Fate's in my hands now.
How do you feel, Vinny?
Alright.
Vinny, either way, I'm fine.
I know.
I'm not.
Alright. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 3.
No, you're not doing this. We can't flip coins. We can't do random. That's banned. That's the only vote that's banned is random. That's the only one you can't do.
I'm gonna go with BoJack.
Yes!
Okay.
That's fine, honestly.
Literally the only way you can't vote is random.
Okay.
Alright.
You got it.
Arcane versus The Simpsons. Mick?
Come back to me.
Taylor?
Arcane.
Christian?
The Simpsons.
Jordan?
It's The Simpsons, guys.
And Vinny.
I'm gonna go with Arcane.
Oh my god.
Wait, what one?
Mick is the tiebreaker.
Come on, Mick.
I'm sorry. I think I gotta get to The Simpsons.
Yeah.
So close. So close.
Alright, Bob's Burgers versus Futurama. Mick?
Futurama.
Taylor?
Good news, everyone. Futurama.
Christian?
Futurama.
Jordan?
Well, since Futurama's already won, I'm going to give a posterity vote to Bob's Burgers.
And Vinny.
I'm gonna go to Futurama.
Yeah. It would have been a 5-0, but I wouldn't let it happen.
That's, you know what? Yeah, no, that's
They don't deserve that.
That's what we've been doing this bracket.
Arcane versus BoJack Horseman. Mick?
Arcane.
Taylor?
BoJack.
Kristen?
BoJack.
Jordan?
Misery.
I'm sorry. I'm giving it to BoJack.
And Vinny.
Well, Arcane had a good run. I'm gonna go with Arcane.
I will not imagine dragging these.
Not everything can survive.
I know. So I said it had a good run.
Yeah.
I'm more of a One Republic person.
First time
Bob's
that's ever been
Burgers.
said.
Bob's Burgers versus Castlevania. Mick?
Come back to me.
Taylor?
Pass.
Okay. Kristen?
Sylvania.
We did it.
We did it, Reddit.
Jordan?
Bob's Burgers.
Vinny?
Going with Castlevania.
Back to Mick?
So it's what 3-2,
3-1, I think.
3-1. I'll give it to what.
Yeah, because if it was 3-2, then you wouldn't need to vote.
Listen, I may be an idiot,
But I'm not
But I'm also stupid.
I may be an idiot, but I am stupid.
It is
Um,
stupid, but it's also dumb.
So I'll give it to Bob's Burgers, I guess, to you know. I'm actually not sure why.
Taylor?
Felt like it.
I'm sorry, what? Did you ask me?
Yes.
I voted already.
Yeah, he said
Remember?
Castlevania.
Oh yeah, he said Cass, right? Okay.
It did sound
I thought
like
he
he said
said Cass,
Cass.
too.
Yeah, I thought that at first, and then Christian said Ulvania. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, it was a bit.
Me and Taylor combined into one vote, which means it's a 3-2.
Our powers combined, we equal one vote.
Which means that it's 2-2.
Yeah. Mark, you're the type.
BoJack Horseman versus Castlevania. Starting with Jordan.
BoJack.
All right, Vinny,
I'm going with Castlevania.
Mick,
Castlevania.
Taylor.
The horse cock.
Oh, okay, so Castlevania, yay.
I vote for
Never mind the
Castlevania.
horse nuts.
No. Is it 2-2?
Christian.
It's 2-2.
Yeah.
Okay, BoJack. Sorry, Vinny.
I voted for Renegade Angel for you and Mick. This is how
I'm sorry, Putana.
Oh.
Everything's got to lose
Ah.
eventually. Except one thing. There's only one thing that can continue to win.
It's the Matt Groening Assance. It's the Simpsons versus Futurama. Whoever wants to go first.
I can go first.
Go ahead, Christian.
I'm gonna vote for the Simpletons.
All right.
Okay.
Fun fact,
George?
that is where the name Simpsons came from. They
Oh,
wanted
that's
it to sound like Simpleton.
Hilarious.
Decision.
This is tough.
All night
Mm-hmm.
because this is my two favorite things on here, and I love them both for different reasons. And I feel like this could decide what ultimately wins, because I think that there's equal distribution in both of them. So I will say this: the concise, consistent, well-balanced, and creative quality of Futurama is giving it the vote to me, and it kills me that I have to vote against The Simpsons, but it's Futurama for me.
I mean, Futurama is the one that shows Lean To cartoons in their opening credits sometimes, so it's that credit over for me. All right, Vinny.
See, unlike Jordan, I share no sympathies now. Futurama.
We have betrayed him.
I've shed my sympathies now.
Now we will enact the plagues on us.
You know,
I've shed my humanity.
I think if this was like Futurama against like Disenchanted or something, maybe a different story. You'd be like, I don't give a shit, Futurama. All right.
Disenchantment.
We're going,
was on my
we're going by
honorable
theme
mentions.
songs. We're going by theme songs. Disenchantment wins easily.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused there. Mick, your vote?
Yeah,
Nick, I'll make it easy for you. I'm voting for Futurama.
All right.
okay.
Fuck.
In which case, I'll give the other vote. So Futurama wins, so I'll give the other vote to The Simpsons.
Holy crap!
All right.
Holy crap! I can't believe I just did that.
All right.
I probably would have voted for Futurama, if it for otherwise, because I have more of an I've seen all of Futurama. I'm still making my way through The Simpsons, so
The Simpsons versus BoJack Horseman. Holy shit. Let's start with Taylor.
Doc, move on.
All right, Christian.
Wait, what did he vote for?
he voted for Horsecock.
Jack.
Oh, he did it again, huh? Well,
Okay.
if BoJack loses, I'm going to be very sad. If BoJack wins, sorry, Clanky, I'm voting for BoJack Horseman.
Jordan.
Taylor, I'm so thankful that I got to watch BoJack with you, because there's so much in here that I really loved, so much that really speaks to what I like, so many bits that I still think about and make me laugh to this day.
One of the most fun things I've ever had showing someone anything.
You laughed
Yeah,
all the time, and it was so fucking thrilling to just like hear you get excited about BoJack bits.
Yeah, and again, I prefer the zanier stuff, but like the dark stuff is very good too. I like the ones. Like Kristen talked about Free Churro. I like the more thoughtful and emotional at times. I like that. That's good. It works for me. I just prefer when the show was zany, when the show would do Mr. Peanut Butter and Todd bits and things like that. It's all very good. I am ultimately giving it to The Simpsons because, again, The Simpsons I grew up with, The Simpsons I have all this connection to, but BoJack, phenomenal show, deserves to still do well tonight.
Vinny.
Okay, Vinny,
For
I
the
know
sake
we
of making
betrayed
things
you.
interesting, I'll vote for The Simpsons.
Vinny, I know we betrayed you.
Mick?
But please.
It's out of spite.
I get it.
Jesus Christ.
Then you would also be doing me a favor if you voted for BoJack, and that wouldn't be out of spite. That'd be making amends.
I know.
Yeah, and I'm voting for The Simpsons, so you kind of have to.
Right on.
There you go. I was trying to make things more interesting. Everything's interesting with the tiebreaker.
I mean, I can't be mad about this.
All right. Are we back to Futurama versus Simpsons?
We are back
Sure
to
are.
Futurama versus
Wow.
The Simpsons. So unless one of you
Wow,
fuckers
holy
changes
shit.
your minds.
Okay, well, let's go. Mick, Futurama, the robot or the Barkman?
We've done this already. Futurama.
All right, Taylor.
I think Futurama is a more creative, polished show than The Simpsons. I like The Simpsons
A
quite a bit.
collection of 60 episodes.
It's like a collection of 60 episodes, and then they decided to just add that 61st episode, and I just don't get it. Why did you add a 61st episode? You had 60 episodes. 60 episodes is a nice round number. It's a number that comes after 59, but before 61.
Hey, Christian.
60. Okay.
It's fucking fraud hacks. Hack frauds.
We should go for the horse cock.
Too late. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. I'm sure I'll look back on this bracket and like, I don't know, however long it takes me to watch Futurama and be like, I would be more, you know what? I'd still probably vote for The Simpsons at the end of the day, but I will be even happier that Futurama won. I'm still pretty happy about it. It deserves the victory, but I'll be even happier when I actually end up watching it. So The Simpsons. I'm voting for The Simpsons.
All right. Vinny?
Embrace the future. Vote for Futurama.
You skip Jordan. Or unless you want to give Jordan the last
And-
vote.
Jordan?
You got this. Put the cap on it.
This is the outcome I had hoped for when this bracket began. I didn't know if it was going to happen because I know a lot of people are Simpsons fans. A lot of people were going to champion stuff like, Family Guy and some of the darker shows on here like Castlevania and stuff like that. I hoped that it would be something like this and this outcome. And I am glad we got it because Futurama, I think, has this sentimental attachment that a lot of shows on here wish they had. And not only is it sentimentally a favorite, but it's also just damn good.
And this goes for the entirety of the run. Like going to the Comedy Central stuff, just like you get like it just really consistent runs, and most shows wish that it had that level of consistency. Like I binged this with Katie, my ex, Katie, and we went through the majority of this while we were still at college, and going like from episode to episode, like that's the whole run. I'm going like that there's no weak ones in the middle, and she's like, no, it's just that good the whole time. Like this is a really impressive. I mean, yeah, very funny, obviously, very funny. How it took me this entire time not mention the clamps. Like, I fucking love this show, but just a really consistent and well done and really special television show. Again, Simpsons. We've championed The Simpsons all night. We are going to champion The Simpsons in successive brackets because we all love The Simpsons. But Futurama is the better show. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Futurama is the better show. I'm voting for Futurama. Lock it in.
Futurama takes it.
Yay, one of my honorable mentions won.
Despite literally the satellites themselves trying to stop it from happening. It has happened.
Victory!
No, you save that for the other Showlies.
Which we already did. All right. Again, I can't be mad about this.
It ended in the most perfect way that it could have.
The moral of the story is maybe people are onto something with AI.
The moral of the story is if there's a computer virus that's infecting people, then you need to get a human virus to infect inside the computer.
Ponder all of these questions as we thank you for watching this episode of the show. Don't subscribe, don't click the bell, don't comment, don't watch the show, but also please watch the show.
Hey, I said all that last time.
Yeah, I know, right? Thank you for watching. Hope you had fun. We'll be back with something different next time.